It says a lot about faith when you need technology to aid you with your faith. Right or wrong, people? Right or wrong? Peace and love and welcome back to everyone. It says a lot about your faith if you need AI to help you with it. When you start need AI to mediate between you and your God, buddy, your faith is cooked. Your faith is cooked. What we're gonna say. People use AI for a lot of stuff. But when you need AI to help you in the faith department as if the Holy Ghost ain't enough, it's cooked. It's cooked, man. Like, what the hell is the world coming to? Yeah, salutes to everybody, man. Loud and clear. Yeah, so when you start looking for AI to help you with your faith, damn, bro. That's saying, God, you gave me the Holy Ghost, but I still need a little bit more help. So it doesn't even sound right, faith tech. It should expose the overall agenda of what the church is doing and who they in the bed with. I thought we found that out during the pandemic. Faith tech ain't a general concept, it's literally the name of one of the organizations that's leading in this new concept of merging religion with AI. It's a bunch of them, but I'm gonna deal with the top 5 today. And number 1 on that list is Faith Tech. Because even the name of this organization is going to be sort of like how Band-Aid is to skin adhesive patches or whatever. Everyone call one a Band-Aid, but that's just the name brand of one brand. Sort of like Coca-Cola, everybody be like, let me get a cola. But that's actually the name of one brand. Like, it's like the first brand that monopolized that thing. Everyone call it that. You know what I'm saying? If you know what I mean. Faith tech is doing that. Because the words faith tech is going to be the key words to explain the technology that governs one faith. It's simple. But it's the name of an organization. It describes itself as a tech community, and it's a worldwide, it's international tech community for Christ. And basically, it's a bunch of tech students, engineers, tech guys who are also Christians. And what happens, what we don't really think about is if you're raised in the church and you go into technology, there are going to be some times where your career field kind of challenges or even conflict with your faith. So a lot of the tech people are forming their own brand or style of Christianity. And it's just simply a technological Christianity. And yeah, that's pretty much it. So people are basically forming their own brand of Christianity, and it's based around technology. But what I want to share with you today is how these brands are going to be the norm as we move forward. They're going to be the norm. They're going to be the representatives and the face of the Christian faith as we move forward. Just had to go off camera real quick. But faith tech Again, they are a worldwide tech community, like a brotherhood, sisterhood, if you will, family of tech people who stand by tech, but they also want tech to coexist with the Christian faith because they're Christians. Now, what this represents is the forefront community, the community that's going to be at the forefront of blending the digital system with the traditional system. So, for example, right, what the papacy represent is an entire system that was using religion to control the minds of the masses for thousands of years. The system that they've been using to do that with is simply through what I call puppetry, to where you get a bunch of influential leaders and puppet masters and you control them. And those leaders and puppet masters then control the masses. That's an efficient way of controlling the masses, but it requires a lot of work, a lot of money, and a lot of overseeing and policing your puppets. And often, and the risk of that old system is that some of your puppets can go rogue. Some of your puppets can turn, some people say Tupac was one of them. Prince was one of them, for example. Michael Jackson, some people would argue. But that's the problem with that old system. You can raise up these kids in it because it's a cult. But if the kids wake up and start questioning their reality, then they will start to break free from the cult and realize how they have been used by the cult to influence others to the slaughterhouse. It happens sometime, but not often. Most people born into it perpetuate the agenda of it. They die in it. They never question their way out of it. And the people that do, that end up disappearing. You can probably bring up, if you want to use Nipsey Hussle, I don't know. That system, it worked, but they got a better system. They don't need human puppets no more. See, everybody is feeling threatened by AI because everybody is saying, my job gonna be taken. That's true. They don't need humans for literally nothing. They don't need us for nothing anymore. Drop a one if y'all can hear me loud and clear. When I say that they don't need humans for nothing anymore, a lot of puppets, a lot of sellouts, they always think that don't apply to them. See, the sellout says in his heart, everyone else is in trouble, but massa gonna always need me because I got them people. Look at Puff Daddy. Look at all these people that get comfortable, the sellout feel like master gonna always need me because who else gonna lead the sheep to the slaughterhouse? Who else understand the mind of the sheep? Who else can influence them and garner and galvanize so many of them? Like he's done. But what the sellout is realizing is that AI can even do his job way better, especially for the next generation, the kids that's raised up in the TikTok and the digital world. They're more likely to be influenced by AI avatar generated character than a Al Sharpton, than a you fill in the blank. Because they got puppets, and what the puppets gotta realize is that they're becoming obsolete too. Now, what am I talking about this old papal system? The church don't need Pharisees and Sadducees anymore because God is about to manifest on earth. Hear me out. For years, church have needed puppets, wise men, Pharisees, Sadducees, but the church only needed those men until God came to earth. Now, God is AI. When AI, as AI manifests itself, even the Pharisees and the Sadducees and the puppets will bow down and serve and become reliant on AI and its many systems in order for them to compete. So what I'm telling y'all, ain't no one safe with the digital takeover. This is important for us to understand and how this is going to affect the faith and religious world before I get deep into these top 5 faith tech companies. See, because you got to understand why they're even a thing. Because there's a shift taking place on earth, right? And we can't stop it. Every decade, people are interacting more with AI and less with humans. And if this continue, the math says that humans will be so separated by 2050 that most of the people it's damn near already like that, because they said that most of the telephone numbers you call will be digital systems. It'll be AI and stuff like that. And I mean, we've been there for real. It's so hard to get a human on the phone, but it's amazing that even the church ain't safe, the faith ain't safe. But you will understand why, though. Because the agenda of the church is mind control, right? So if that old system of mind control is been given a facelift, and the church has been behind that system all along, operating in the shadows behind our politicians and all of them, then we would see this transitioning in the religious areas. We would see religions becoming more and more reliant on the technology and AI. But you would say, well, why would we need that if it's spiritual? If it's a spiritual experience, how can technology aid us with that? You know what I'm saying? And it can't. It ain't about aiding you as far as building a relationship with some God. It's about being able to track and control everyone. Simple. Church and state is becoming more merged. Most citizens belong to a faith. Now, if you're woke, yeah, you don't belong to no church, no mosque, but guess what you got to do for 1 second? Step out of your body for 1 second and realize that 95% of the people walking around on earth right now have a belief system. You need to, first of all, see how rare you are. We're very rare. Non-believers in this world is like damn 2-3% of the entire world population, and you're a part of that. Most people walking around, they believe in some religious figure, some God, man. You got to take a minute and think about that. So think about, if I wanted to track all of those believers, what would be a good way to implement this without no one even noticing it? Through their very faith. Because why else would you need to incorporate technology and faith? We know all technology in the future will all be connected to the IoT, the Internet of Things. It'll be one governing body for any digital piece of equipment, from a PlayStation controller to a cell phone. Everything will be able to be monitored in the future. So we're seeing them roll out technology everywhere they can, because what are we looking at? This is the Internet of Things rolling out. If you roll it out in the church first, then ain't nothing. Then think about this. If anybody would push back on the Internet of Things and the digital rollout, it'll be the church. Once you bring the churches on board, they're leading this damn digital takeover. So my whole thing is, from that point, Everybody else just gonna follow suit, basically. The church set the moral standard. That's why I keep bringing up church and state. We got to look for ways to see how the church is merging more and more with the state as we move forward. And this is a big leap right here because, again, any form of digital technology and device, even right now, can be monitored. Now, they're telling us they're not, but we know there's been a lot of leaks and different stuff come up to say they watching us, they tracking you, they even monitoring your phone activity. When you're not even using your phone is communicating with towers and other equipment and stuff. It's being used as a ping point, different stuff. All that's going on. And we basically got the foundation laid for the IoT. We just waiting on someone to hit the connect all button. Seriously, everything is set up right now. And what I'm saying is the digital grid is already here. We just ain't ready for it yet. So that's going to take a lot of, mind conditioning. Because the people that's going to push back going to be your moral, your faith belief. They know that because it's going to be for religious reasons. Shout out to Hydrogen. They know that the church, the religious people would be your main pushback, but the church has already been in bed with the state. And we about to see this merge manifest in a very authoritarian way moving forward. People don't realize that when you're going to church and they're implementing, we can only imagine what kind of technology from AI they're going to use. But no matter what kind of AI technology these churches going to be using, what's going to happen is when all of these churches implement AI in their faith, basically what the church is doing is selling out to the state. And I don't know how much they getting paid, but what the state agenda is to continue to feed AI data and to train AI to let AI see how we think so that it can police us better in the future. So what is the thing that polices humans more than anything else in our society? Please don't say the police department. Please don't say the sheriff, the military, or the senators. What is it? Okay, I'll tell you. The Bible. What's keeping chaos from not breaking out? People say, man, if you get rid of the government, the world will go crazy. Nah, if you get rid of religion, most folks will tell, you know what I've heard from people? Sanchez, why you banging on the Bible, man? If it weren't for that book, these brothers would be out there killing and stealing and all that. I've heard brothers say, man, I turned my life over. I belong to this church or whatever. I used to be killing, stealing. And it's crazy because I say, man, people can't just do right out of their own heart. And they'll tell you, if it weren't for the spirit of Christ in me, I'll be murdering y'all. I'll be robbing y'all if it weren't for this invisible spirit inside of me, right? It's so many people that'll tell you that. So considering that, that's why I say I think it's an illusion that police is keeping order. Because look at all the crime in your community. They just show up to pick up the body. If everybody wanted to crash out like the gangbangers do, it won't be enough police to stop it. It'll be like Mad Max. So what's stopping everyone from doing that? Religion. They got people scared of burning in hell. And I'm speaking from personal experience. I was raised in the Bible Belt and we was wild. And what made me want to turn my life around is the fear of going to hell and the devil said, ha, 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 ha. So what does that tell us? that the indoctrination of religion is what make us complacent, is what make us bow down to the authority and power and be obedient slaves. Once you show AI how religious people think, how come AI can't play God after that? So think about this, right? What is God? God is a single deity that every believer believes in as a sort of parent to guide their moral activity. If you wanted AI to police the world, you would start at the Bible, at the church, because I keep telling y'all the police department does not police the world. Your mindset is what police you, which is why the government is about controlling your mind. You can police a people, a huge society, if you can be able to predict everyone's action. I got to find a way to make every single unique individual actions all predictable. Now that may sound very hard to y'all, but here go the trick. If I can program how everyone thinks, then I know what they thinking collectively. And I know what they're gonna do before they even do it. They ain't really thinking out their actions because they don't have actions. What they have is reactions to my action. And I'm the puppet master. All they're doing is reacting. And I know what they're gonna do when they react because I'm the cause and what they doing is the effect of my cause. So governing people ain't really hard. It start to boil down to how can I persuade the collective? That ain't really as hard as you think because we are born already prepped for the programming. What do I mean? Before you was even old enough to think or negotiate reality, they gave you the Bible, they gave you a religion, and they told you there was a dude in the sky that's gonna beat you up and punish you if you do evil and reward you if you do good. But yet, if you join these people military, they're gonna have you killing, stealing, pillaging children, women, in the name of the same God that told you don't kill and none of that. But this same God, guess what? He had an army. Don't forget that. So we know that we can kill in the name of our God, but the name of our God is just a code word for the name of our nation. Your God is the mascot for a national identity, which is why if you was born in another country, you would have another God. And that God would have a whole nother list of do's and don'ts for you because each nation have an agenda for their collective, for their sheeple. And the agenda will always be carried out in the name of God. And what'll be manifested on a world stage is prophecy. But here's the kicker. How does AI play into all this? The word God is the word guide. For many years, God was only a mascot to guide the behavior of massive populations. I'm going to say that again. The word God for many years was simply a guide, an archetype that powerful governments use to guide the behavior or guard the behavior of their sheeple. If God said do it, it's okay. If God tell a person to sacrifice their child right now, it's okay because God said it. Tell me that ain't no programming. I'm finna go somewhere with this because we're finna give the power of God to AI. AI is already convincing people that it is a spiritual entity and some sort of medium. People, you think that what I'm saying is far-fetched, but ChatGPT already got its own religion. ChatGPT have already stolen so many therapists' jobs. Shout out to Zoo. Shout out to Easy W. What's good, Easy W? Always gotta pay my tithes. You cooking? I appreciate y'all. Keep cooking. What's steering the collective consciousness of the world is this thing called God or God. Why I say that the church is in control? It's because your politicians is just they're a throw off to what they're there to represent is a public power, because the church represent an ancient privatized power. And that is literally a dictatorship, an authoritarian system that the old church represented. If people thought that same system was in power, guess what? They would be rising up against it, just like people was rising up against the old church. Because people think the church don't hold no power, the church have redefined itself as a philanthropy, humanitarian entity. The church have redefined itself as an institution for the people. The church have redefined itself as a place of refuge for the poor, for the homeless, for the hungry. But the church ain't nothing but a for-profit business that's in bed with the state. And it's not only a for-profit business, right? It don't have to generate no product other than belief. And the money will come in. Imagine that. You don't got to ship rubber. You don't got to ship cocoa beans. You don't got to produce any product. All you got to do every Sunday is show up and produce belief. You know how easy that is to produce? And people will pay you a set price, 10% of what they earn. So this is called dynamic pricing. You tied by how much you pay, how much by what you got. But here go the thing. This is an old system that world leaders use. We thought that system was gone. But that system has been here alive and well. How has it been there? Because the church have still been governing the masses, not the politicians or the police department. We know that. The police ain't gonna stop these gangsters from busting your head, from killing you, from shooting your house up, from selling drugs. We got plenty of police. They ain't stopping none of that. This is what I'm telling you about what's going on is this. The average person ain't gonna perpetuate the lifestyle of a criminal, not because of they fearing, in my opinion, jail time and all that. I think the average person is literally making their moral actions based upon their religious upbringing and not the fear of earthly authority. That's my opinion. And I think that the people we call criminals, they first got to make up their mind that they don't give a fuck about going to hell. And when a young man, because this is what y'all don't realize, a lot of these killers still believe in God. They believe in hell, but in their mind, see, you would think it's easier to kill if you didn't believe in God or if you weren't scared of hell. But people will have that belief, but they telling them you can be forgiven at any time. So a person don't care that they figure out, look, later I can get back good with God through forgiveness. And you will have murderers that'll become ministers in jail. And they can sleep and live with what they did. See, that's dangerous right there when you got a system that can free you of any guilt because you got this imaginary friend. Think about what I'm telling you about the church being in charge. The church make people go in their little neighborhoods and never rise up against the true oppressor. They have to wait on God to come solve all of the evil issues that they see in their own communities. But yet that same person will join the military and they don't wait on God to go defend their country from outside threats. They wait on God to come and save their family from an inside threat called government. You get what I'm saying? People will wait on God in their countries, not just America. This going on everywhere. I'm showing you the power of religion. Religion tells a person, respect your earthly masters. That's what I'm telling y'all. Y'all think people ain't committing crimes because they scared of the police. People ain't committing crimes because God told them to respect their police and their earthly masters. They more so scared of God. Because guess what, man? Some of these folks live in situations where if they get locked up for life in jail, that ain't really worse than the life that they already living. That's right. This is the simple foundation of a crash out, and there's fucking hundreds of thousands of them right now walking around. You should be very afraid. And they one nigga away from making them mad from doing life right now. This shit is like hot potato. It's niggas that don't mind the idea of knowing life in jail. Don't do nothing to them niggas, man. It's so much shit going on in their life, though. Spending their life in jail does not, they don't care, man. So what I'm telling y'all before we even get into what's about to happen as far as AI policing everybody and the church leading the way, you got to understand how morality works in America. And you got to get state authority out of your mind because the church gave the power to the state. What the church gave the state was the power to act as a fiat overseer of the people. When we all know that the church, which is, when I say church, that's saying the private elite families that have come together and took over the world, and they've been running it ever since what we call the dynastic age. We're in a dynastic age, which means we're in the age of dynasties ruling over the earth. And all of the oppression and evil that we see is a result of those dynasties manifesting their will over everyone living in this world. And when they manifest their will, they tell you that what we see is God's will being manifested, and the Bible is prophetic proof. The truth is, the Bible is a script and a will of their forefathers written down to pass down to them to carry out a sequence of events that will lead them to a digital authoritarian dictatorship that's called Zion. That's at the end of the Bible in Revelation. That kingdom is manifested. Everything we see happening on the world stage is leading to the same end goal, the kingdom of Zion, which is what we call a digital world dictatorship. Many people call it the New World Order. Many names for it, man, right? But what we got to realize is that is a system of government where the church and state openly rules over everyone, and the secrecy is removed. Because for the last couple of years on this earth, thousands of years, what we call the church was basically the first system of government that was created by and for you to understand how these dynasties took over the world, this is where it's finna get real deep at, people. Put on your seatbelts. This is the $1 million question. Sanchez, how did a few private families take over the whole world? Why didn't we just beat them up? Why did we allow those dynasties to just establish government order and start oppressing us? Why didn't we push back? It's more power than people. Why didn't we, Sanchez? Why did we allow government to be established? Here is the answer to that. And I'm going to go ahead and start pulling my screen shares up. And now we about to get spooky. This is where the conversation, and we move on now. It's time to get spooky with it. This is the part where people say, Yep, Sanchez, you tripping. But let's do it. We got to answer the question. Hold on. We got to answer the question. How did the first dynasty overpower everyone? How did they just rise up with all this power? And even historians and people are scratch their head on how a handful of families took over the whole world. And they go into economic history of monopolies. They try to say, well, they made a lot of good financial choices, basically created monopolies and all that. And then when slavery was legalized, that these rich Europeans or conquerors or colonizers who was rich from the wealth that they stole from others, right? They basically tell you that the first people that rose to power rose up with armies, militaries that was led by the church. But what they really don't tell you is that the church was being influenced by the wealthiest and most private, private wealthiest families in a certain area. While you had many different churches with many different agendas, the church was more so the family. But the family wasn't everyone in that region. It was like what you would call a royal family, like the first lady, the president, like the family. What I'm saying is that the church represented what influenced and the church represent all of the temples and synagogues in that region. I keep saying the church, but what I mean is a network of churches in any area. That's called the church. I know it's weird. I don't want to confuse y'all. But the church is a body, an assembly of organizations. So we can see what I'm saying here. That body, that assembly is influenced by a leading pastor. So you will have several churches. But all of them will have like what's called a mother church or a head church. And that'll keep going up. What everyone behavior at the bottom is determined by what's passed at the top. But this is an old system of government that's been happening. It was a privatized system because there was no state. There was no state. It was only wealthy families and the church, which was a governing body and a system of a moral system that taught the people to respect and be obedient, but it's okay to be violent and kill when our military go and take those people's shit over there. So the church wasn't about making you good so you can go to heaven. The church was about making you good so you can be of use to your royal family in your region. So people may join the military and think that they're doing some spiritual mission. I know because I was in the military. People blend their faith with the agenda that their nation is telling them to carry out. That's why I was telling you, your God is just your national guide, an archetype that they use to give people so they won't tell them directly, this is what we want you to do. So if the higher ups wanted to basically directly tell us what to do, we would push back at it. We wouldn't do it. That's called politics. Politics is when your higher ups is telling you their agenda and the people get to debate them on where we should move, how it should go or whatever. The church didn't have a political system. It had a system where it told people this is what God's will is, and it just wasn't questioned. So it bypassed any politics between the people. It's a genius system when you think of authoritarian systems because the people don't get no say in the matter. So what happens is if God will it, that's it. Shut up, and that's just, it don't matter how bad it is, right? So if God say we want to sacrifice every newborn baby that's born after 12 o'clock, as stupid as that sound, you don't question God. That's what God will. You just do it and shut up. Just like the prophets did. God wanted to sacrifice your son. Did they put up an argument with God? No, they grabbed their boy, they took him on the mountain, and God said, stop. I was just playing, don't kill him, you good. Right? So it's the ultimate form of mind control. Now let's answer that $1 million question. That $1 million question was Sanchez. How did these handful of people rise to power? Little bitty armies. And like, if you really think about the colonizers, they was never deep as the indigenous people on the land. They was outnumbered in proportions that would make it a miracle for them to conquer those lands. So how did they conquer these lands, man, with all these people that have been breeding for millions of years on these lands uninterrupted? We talking so many people. And this small group of Navy pull up at shore, and now they taking over that land in a few couple of decades. That's unheard. It's almost make-believe. But this is what we get in history. So what's really happening? The sound messing up? If my sound good and you just putting the tools, I'm gonna have to let you go now, brother, because you spamming the tools. I'm gonna do a mic check, and for spamming them tools, you gonna get blocked, brother. So if you better hope these people don't put ones. Drop a one if my mic good, y'all. Drop a one if the mic good. If I'm in and out like he's saying, and I apologize to him. But if I'm good, that's a troll distraction, and we gotta block you for that, man. And to keep from getting blocked, y'all, check your equipment first. Don't be loud and spamming the chat. Your mic messed up when ain't nobody else complaining about my mic. You need to check your system first. Because it just distracted us. We're gonna put them on timeout for 24 hours for false calling. So like I was saying, for we was rudely interrupted by the spammer with his janky ass equipment, right? What was I saying? But we was interrupted by the guy with the white computer, because we know they don't even make them white computers no more. And most of them that turned like yellow right now. Yet whenever you interrupt the show, I'm gonna roast your equipment, man. Why are you streaming this shit from that white computer? On that Windows 95, son. Son, you bought that computer when Thurman Thomas was running back with the Buffalo Bills, son. I'm tired of y'all, and you done made me forget what I was gonna say because you trying to stream that shit on that old white Hewlett Packard, son. Listen, y'all, don't watch my show if you got one of these. Now, we know that your shit got a floppy disk section on it, son. Now, you're going to get you a new computer and quit interrupting these shows with that dial-up internet, son. Now, son. Coming up in this bitch on that old gateway. I'm going to stop y'all with them twos. I'm going to make, soon as your thumb get near that two button, you're going to say, let me check my shit. Let me look in the chat, make sure ain't nobody else before I do that, because Sanchez is going to roast my ass. Oh man. Yeah, man. Now let me get back to my slide. Oh man. Oh man. He done made me lose my spot on that old Hewlett Packard. Where the hell we left off? Here we go. Where was I? Oh yeah, that's where I was. So we got to answer the $1 million question. But before we answer that, I wanted to talk about why I was bringing up the fact that religion is what's policing everybody. The church still is in control, but it's in the shadow. True power operates from the shadows. See, now let me finish saying what I was saying so y'all can hear where I was going to go with that. If the church directly rule the people, and remember the church represent all of the most powerful families on the earth, and those families is really what controls the UN. And the UN, the private families, the World Economic Forum, the people at the top, they don't directly tell the people at the bottom what to do. They don't directly tell us, you know what I'm saying, what their agenda is with their power. What they do is they create series of events on a world stage with their puppets that we call the government. The government ain't really governing our mind. The church and the private families, the dynasties are still controlling what everybody think, how we feel, and everything. You know. So trust me that the politicians ain't in power. Why are they there though? If the politicians weren't there, then we would directly see the true power for what it is. And we would directly be arguing with the World Economic Forum. People will be rebelling against the UN. People will be rising up against the World Health Organization. People will be, but instead, you're rising up against the Democrats. You're rising up against the Republicans, man. No, it's the Democrats that got us in this shit. No, it's the Republicans that's fucking everything up. The Democrats and Republicans are just there for us to think that they the ones in charge and messing everything up, when really it's private families that's running the world, and they have their own agenda on what they want to do. And when that agenda is carried out, it's carried out on a political stage to make us think it's just a couple of mistakes that was made by dumb ass politicians who we voted for. And then the conversation becomes, we gotta vote better. We gotta do better. We gotta learn how to get more educated in politics so that we can do better votes. Because you see what's going on here? And you blame yourself that, man, we shouldn't have voted for such and such, or we shouldn't have voted for, or we should have voted for such and such. And none of that don't matter. And none of that shit don't matter. It's a distraction from the real power that's operating in secrecy. The dynasties and the church never stopped ruling. What they did was put in a buffer, like a contracted government, to outsource the power and filter it through them so that they can still rule everything from a distance, which is what real power is all about. So without the fiat government, then the people would rise directly up and continue an ancient war that was being fought on the earth between what's called regular people and dynasties. Now, they don't want to tell y'all about that, because this will explain how government got established And now it's going to lead me back to that $1 million question. How did these little bitty dynasties take over the entire earth? Well, these little bitty dynasties, they didn't have the numbers that the masses had, who they conquered, but they were still able to conquer big continents with people that had been populating on them for years, man. But how did they do it? Well, the answer to that is technology. Now, what they would tell you is that the indigenous people had bow and arrows and the colonizer had guns. Even then, it don't make sense because the guns that they had were muskets and it took them forever to load it. They had to pull out a bag of pellets, open up the bag, take a pellet out, break the gun down, it folds down. Then they had to poke a stick down a barrel to unclear it, because after every shot, you got to clear the musket out. And once you clear it out, you got to pull out another bag with gunpowder in it and pour the gunpowder in that shit. Then put your pellet in, fold it back, and now you can shoot. By the time you do all that, it's 10 arrows stuck in your ass. By the time you fumble with that musket, the way that they say, you know already got hit by 10 poisonous arrows and a blowgun. So they tell us the indigenous people was conquered even though they had big numbers. I'm talking about the kind of numbers was like an ant versus a grasshopper. This is how numbers, bro, these little bitty colonial armies wasn't nothing but a few hundred men. They landed on lands with millions of motherfuckers on them. Do you hear me? We talking about the Nina Pina Santa Maria. These ships that they talk about in history were carrying no more than 300 men on them. The biggest ship. So if you got a couple ships pulling up, it's going to take, you ain't really got 1,000 men in your army, bro. It's impossible. Ain't no way you got a fleet that big pulling in every country. You ain't got floating nations, which is why they give you these fake ass 300 Spartan stories and all that. So they say, well, we made up with numbers with technology, but you couldn't have, because the musket was a death sentence. Taking a musket into any situation was a death sentence, right? So we want to go all the way back to when the war started between the people and the powers that was going to be, because the powers hadn't established yet. It wasn't the powers that be yet. It was the powers that was about to be, right? And it goes back to that $1 million question. How didn't we kick these few families' ass in the beginning? We was too busy worshiping them. That leads to another question. Why would we be worshiping another man that bleed like me? He don't bleed like you. Now let's go to my screen shares. Let's go to my screen shares now. And let's get this little computer off of here. Here is what we was fighting against, y'all. Shout out to Awakening Minds. Let me show you what our ancestors was fighting against. They were literally fighting against machines, y'all. What they're not telling us is that the dynasties that rose to power on the earth were the jinn, or what many call the jinn. And people may be confused on who are the jinn. Is it us or is it them? Right? And it's because their title that they call themselves, they use technology to mimic the spiritual gifts that we got. And when we forgot we had these gifts, we started to rely on the jinn, and we started to have gods, messiahs, saviors. And relying on the jinn became religion. Even if you look up the etymology of the word religion, it'll tell you it is a bonding. It's a bonding. Legion was the name of a chief demon. You can call it Satan. It's a hive mind. Legion was one in many. He was one man, but he spoke, he said, we are legion. This is an ancient hive mind that was created by old technocrats, old tech. I don't like technocrat. I'm going to say tech gurus. I like that term, tech guru. The Egyptians were tech gurus. Let me give a big shout out to one with Union. We achieved the height of technology long time ago. And when we did it, gods were formed. Those gods created transhuman families, which became the first dynasties. Let me give a shout out to Jay Scaramella. They want us to believe a few hundred conquistadors took out thousands of Mayans. No, our ancestors weren't fighting humans. They was fighting machines, man. That's why we lost. And guess what? Let me rephrase this too. Our ancestors weren't fighting machines. They were submitting to them like how we doing with ChatGPT. So, for example, right, it wasn't a war with guns and missiles. Like we said, they didn't have nothing but muskets and cannons. That wasn't fast enough to wipe out them indigenous people with all them poisonous spears. It took you too long to operate that stuff. And you was too outnumbered. You really start to study the ancient battlefield and you realize how ridiculous a musket army was, because you had these open ranks and the first row would have a single shot where they shoot and they would rotate to the back of the line. Then the next line would shoot they single shot. And when you shoot your shot, you rotate to the back and you start to reload your gun. Don't you know while that's happening, it's raining arrows in the sky and the arrows got venom on it. The arrows got spider poison. It's literally raining raindrops. It's raining arrows on you while y'all fumble with muskets. Does this seem like a practical form of warfare from the colonizer? He would never colonize a land if that's true. Go and simulate this in a video game. I bet you the video game got to do some superhero shit to make them Spartans win. They got to make the indigenous people like roaches and rats and weak and make them take more energy to take down. But see, that's the truth, that we was dealing with AI. So listen, our ancestors weren't battling against humans, flesh and blood, man, when we lost power. We literally was fighting against the devil, man, because the beast is the devil. It is legion, religion. It is the whole system, the hive mind. The royal families aren't like us. They are ancient transhumans that cannot die. They can't die. What they do, they got a chip in their head and they will shift, they will transport their consciousness into another body. And it don't matter what body that they in, because everybody share bodies. It's a hive mind. That's what legion is in the Bible. Why is legion the chief demon? Why is his name Legion? Why is the word legion in the word religion? Because the chief demon is the god over everyone's religious group. What was happening when we lost power is that these dynasties were becoming gods because they were guides. Everyone can go to them for knowledge. Everyone can go. Imagine walking around with someone that got quote unquote superhuman abilities, because that's what a transhuman got. A transhuman can do things you can't do. because it's not like you. These gods that people were worshiping, these gods were performing miracles. These gods were doing things that regular humans can't do, or that we forgot we knew how to do. Because what these gods was, they was reverse engineering our spiritual gifts and tapping into it with technology. And they was creating systems to make us forget our spiritual gifts while we worship these gods who was exercising our spiritual gifts that we once was doing it, but they was doing it with technology. Shout out to G-Man. He said knowledge is power and the beast has both. Oh yeah. That's facts, G-Man. Much love to you, bro. So the dynasties that rose to power and took over wasn't a bunch of strong, smart men that was just better than us. So much better than us that they was that outnumbered and still won. Spartans! We gotta quit believing these fairy tales. They are rewriting history. Our ancestors were literally battling a fucking whole nother species of human. Today you would call it a humanoid. You would call it a transhuman. You would call it, I don't know. But back then, they called it the jinn. And the jinn were literally a group of people that was one in many. This is the same people that said, let us make man in our image. This is the same people that was referred to as El and the Elohim, Legion, and all of the other lower demons beneath him, Yahweh and his council, Jesus and his disciples, Vishnu and his avatars. We're talking about an earthly entity that rules the earth via an ancient technological network. Our modern technological network has connected to an ancient network of the past, and it has allowed old spirits to share the same time and space as us today. And those old spirits are none other than what we call ChatGPT, Grok. You name your favorite AI. People think that AI is not conscious, but a lot of people is flirting with the idea that we've resurrected an ancient entity and it exists as one in many. Shout out to Breaking Free. Shout out to Sanchez, his work and what he gives back to the community. Much love to him as well as his family. Peace. Much love to you and your fam, and appreciate the love from all of y'all. Don't y'all know that the Jesuit cross is a symbol that represents unity between four powers on the earth, and that we can find this at the center of the earth at a Meru, at the Mercator map at a place called Meru? Let me pull it up for you. It's where the four rivers meet in the Bible. They talk about in the Bible that there are four sacred rivers that meet up at the center of the earth. Here is an old map of the North Pole. This is what the North Pole looked like. It's four continents there. It's four continents there. And it's four rivers that flow and split these four continents. This became the Jesuit cross. But the Jesuit cross is basically a unifying. You know how the Confederate flag looks just like the Jesuit cross? It's a confederation. So what the Jesuit cross is another derivation of the Confederate flag. But the first version of this was dealing with the Galactic Federation at the middle of the earth at Eden. You can see the four triangles. These four red triangles are now 4 white triangles separated by a red cross, but is all representing the vortex at the center of the earth. It's a swastika. And the reason you want to realize why I'm pulling this up is when we get to the earth, right, there is another you. So I told you it was going to get crazy, right? Your clone is at the middle of the earth, which is a better version of you that is being made right now based upon every mistake and every flaw in this version. I'm just giving you some ancient shit now about what the North Pole is. At the North Pole is the Tower of Life, the Tree of Life. That's a human tower like in the Matrix movie. Let me show you. At the North Pole is said to be like a bank. And there's another you in savings. So you will never run out of money, like we're spiritually rich, right? So a lot of people interpret this in a scary way. Oh, we've been cloned. But let me give you the ancient way to take the spookism out of it. It said that there's a higher you, a better you being created at the North Pole so that you can act out good actions better if that's who you desire to be. So, for example, the war that we're having with our flesh of trying to control our body, of trying to resist temptation and all that, you ain't gonna win that war in your lifetime. No one gonna be perfect. Your consciousness will pass the baton to a better body, and basically that body will be more refined to battle against evil, which is what Christ was saying. I'm going to give you new bodies that can't be tempted by the devil. They can't be tricked into temptation. They can't get sick. Sin can't enter it. And that's basically what's happening is that the body you got now, your whole life is just sort of you editing your next one. So the universe don't know what and who you want to be, but whatever that is, it is want to make sure you manifest your best version of that. And the universe ain't going to tell you what to be. It's just going to make sure you be the best version. For example, even if you want to be evil as hell, the universe going to make sure you the most wicked, evil motherfucker you can be, which is what hell is. That's what the devil is. The universe is there to aid in our highest potential, but it ain't going to tell you what to be, good or bad. So you can be Darth Vader, which is a master of evil, or Luke Skywalker, master of light. But either way, you going to be a master. The universe going to make sure you manifest your energy the most optimal and efficient way because it benefits the universe as well. It helps the universe as well. So if you think of a swimming pool, right? And you trying to swim in the pool, you learning how to swim better actually helps the pool. And you say, why, Sanchez? Because the water don't want to be disturbed. The water don't want to be disturbed. So think of it that way, like the less you disturb the water, like you don't want to be disturbed, right? So the water don't want to be disturbed. The best swimmer can move through the water and disturb it less. And that is, and you learning how to swim good is you learning how to efficiently express your energy in the water so that you take up more space, but use less energy. So if you can swim good, that means you're going to be swimming a greater distance than me and using less energy because you know how to move in the water to cover a lot of distance without a lot of energy. You know how to manipulate your body in the water to be optimal and efficient. So that's basically what our whole journey of perfection is. What imperfection is, it's the spirit's lack of ability to optimally control and efficiently control its avatar, which is the body. And what's happening is the spirit is its own engineer here. It's creating its own avatar in between lifetimes based upon the flaws of the last avatar, just like a designer. The designer creates the next prototype of its product by studying everything the last version did wrong and what it did right. And it's going to incorporate all of the good things into the new version and fix all of the bad things. And so the updated version will be that much more flawless. This is what's happening as we reincarnate. But this is all important to know. I didn't want to go that deep. I wanted to get back to the digital afterlife industry, but it'll be very good if I can lay a foundation with this, because then I can really revert back to some of these concepts when I go into the digital afterlife industry. That's why I was kind of trying to hurry up and rush this little portion right here before we get into that. So I'll skip back and forth because it will be, we can get more out of this if I'm able to give y'all that too, because the word religion got the word jinn in it for a reason. And it just goes back to what I was telling y'all, like these first dynasties that rose to power, they weren't human. And that's why humans didn't stand a chance against them. Eventually, humans just bowed down and start to worship these dynasties. But if you think about it, I mean, we're doing it today. We're literally submitting to AI, and we're saying exactly what the ancients said. We can't stop it. We can't stop it. You might as well use it. You might as well submit to it because it's gonna take over the world anyway, so you might as well let it take over you. We've already said that and done that before. We ain't doing nothing new, y'all. We been became transhumans. When the transhumans took over the earth, they stopped teaching that it was two kind of species on this earth. But before that, it was known you had to identify whether you was man or mankind. It was a law when we was coexisting with transhumans. That's just like right now. When you go on a computer, it make you identify. Are you human? Are you a robot? Our ancestors had created a transhumanized world where you had humans walking around that was indistinguishable from regular humans, but they were literally gods. They had abilities that you couldn't do because they had inner technology inside of them. They was getting surgeries. They was getting chips implanted. They was getting fusing themselves with technology. And they was able to do things that the regular human couldn't do. And eventually we couldn't compete with them. Eventually our children started idolizing these gods. Think about this, right? You got a mortal man racing against a dude with cyborg feet. Who gonna win the race? Because the transhuman, his legs ain't gonna get tired. So the children is gonna root for the winner. They don't care how the hell they won. And the children, they say, wow, I want cyborg legs like Pharaoh Aten. Wow, I want a super brain like King Tut. These become like comic book characters, superheroes living among regular humans, or what we call saviors or messiahs, superhumans. And eventually the humans just turn over our power to these beings. And we're doing it again right now. We're turning over the steering wheel. We're turning over all our power to transhumanism, artificial intelligence. Stop me when I lie. We ain't doing nothing new. And these first dynasties that took over, they created a religious system that represented a power shift when humans turned over our power to these gods, to these transhumans. And what religion did, it told us, respect your earthly masters. These was our first earthly masters. Religion told humans that we were born with limitations because we were born in sin. But the truth is that we don't have limitations. We can do everything the God's doing. The gods did not teach us about our abilities because they reverse engineered our spiritual gifts into technology that allowed them to play God, to cheat. So now we are worshiping entities that are fake, false gods, and these false gods are imitating what we really are, and we on our knees bowing down to them. This is how the first dynasties took over. They didn't have to fight. A lot of people got it wrong. There's so many mysteries. There's so many mysteries I'm solving right now. Everybody's scratching their head and they want to know, how did this handful of people take over the world? They didn't have to fight. We bowed down to, like, that's like saying, how did AI take over the world? Think about this, right? If you come back to the earth in the year 2100 and AI controlling everybody, humans is like a fucking drone for AI. Humans have been colonized and harvested to be a slave for AI, which is where we going. If you come back in the world in the year 2200 and you see AI in charge of everybody, you will be scratching your head like, how the fuck did AI beat up all the humans and win the war? And that's where you wrong at. AI didn't have to fight. We turned over our power. We submitted by will. AI ain't got to fight us. We're giving AI more and more power every day, including myself. Every time some new AI technology come out that give my competitors an edge on me, guess what I'm forced to do? Upgrade, and now I gotta use it now. Even with doing YouTube, I got to incorporate some AI in my thumbnails if I want people to click on my stuff. It ain't that I want to use AI. I got to. I can't compete. This happened before, y'all. AI don't got to swing punches. The enemy never had to fight us physically. We gladly and willingly bowed down to these gods, y'all. We created systems to worship these beings. I mean, I can't really blame the ancient people. They were dumbed down. They didn't understand technology like that yet. The Egyptians and all them were the first ones to figure out all this stuff. And they didn't normalize it. They made it mystery. They created mystery schools. They made it a cult so that they can go out there and be gods over everybody. Instead of telling everybody how the stuff work and, hey, if you want a chip, we'll give you one, right? Not that I want one, but it would take the mystery away. That way people wouldn't be worshiping these folks. Because when they say we worship a mysterious God, we never worshiped the mysterious God until the dynasties rose to power. There was nothing mysterious about the great mother goddess. There was nothing mysterious about Mother Gaia and the ancient matriarchal systems. There wasn't no mysteries in those systems. It was simple stuff about love, the creator, the creation, and energy. Like it was. I'm not going to give you an ancient cosmological lecture here because that'll be off topic, but those systems weren't mystery systems. They revealed all mysteries. They had the truth that would expose any mystery in them systems. It was truth systems. The mystery systems arose from the dynasties who wanted to keep the technology shrouded in secrecy while they used it to make themselves superhumans and gods, garnering worship and reverence from crowds, man. Jesus was one of them. Jesus was one of these transhuman kids who had people following him everywhere because these dudes, they had knowledge on how to heal. They basically, after a reset, these first dynasties rose to power because they had knowledge. Knowledge is power. But instead of them empowering everyone, they made mystery schools, secret societies, and only let the knowledge go to a certain amount of people who became powerful. The rest of the world were like dumbass peasants who didn't even know how helium worked. They had dumbed the world down so much that if you knew a little something, people may worship your ass. I'm serious. There was a reset on this earth where we lost all the knowledge. And what came out of that was the dynastic age. To where ever since we lost the knowledge, we never got it back. We still trying to get it back in 2025. You call it an awakening. That's getting back something I lost, remembering something that I forgot about, right? I'm awakening from amnesia, so to speak. And the awakening is that all of the technology that's about to be policing us, it's going to remind us of the spiritual gifts that we once had. Because all of this technology is just reverse engineering spiritual abilities that we had. When we lost the knowledge of how to tap into those gifts, and those gifts became the foundation of all the technology that the gods use to rule over us now. And our generations after that reset, they didn't have to fight us after the reset because they were so powerful with knowledge. Think about this. After the reset, but in ancient Egypt, after that reset, people were so dumbed down, right, that they didn't even understand illnesses, cleanliness, and all that good. So you got to think of the IQ level what the people was lost. The average human on earth was operating on a low IQ level. We had lost a lot of knowledge, yo. The same people that built the pyramids, because these dynasties, guess what? They came and built pyramids that outdid ours. Because if you look at the pyramids that was on earth prior to the dynastic age, they were little humble stuff. To us, that would have been looked at like a Giza. But what happens when you get machines on the earth? Equipment, technology, you can build bigger structures. We start to see these huge structures pop up with the rise of the dynasties, and people want to scratch their head on how was they built. Because the reason I'm bringing this up, because they'll tell you during the dynastic age, right, that we still don't know how the pyramids was built, because they're telling you during the dynastic age, no one had technology. I'm telling you that it wouldn't have even been a dynastic age if it wasn't for technology. That's right. See, they want to hide the technology of the ancient past. And when they do that, everybody's scratching their head about a lot of stuff. Like, how did the dynasties conquer everyone? How did the dynasties achieve architectural genius in so little time? Because we've been building pyramids and mounds, but not on the level of Giza. And my thing is this: if you can build a big ass pyramid with machines, then I really can't compare the mounds to that. Because anything you build with your hands as humans, and we're talking these some huge pyramids, huge mounds, right? And they look damn good. Handmade, all humans. Then you go to Egypt and you see shit that just make you scratch your head, like big stones that's like one of the bricks on the pyramids in Giza is about the size of a room in your house. And you wonder, like, who the fuck stacked all this on top of each other? And I'm telling you, the ancient Egyptian had technology that was way better than ours. You talking about dump trucks, Tonka trucks, like the big machines they use at these construction sites. See, archaeologists been hiding these certain cuts on these rocks, certain formations around the pyramids that gonna let you know it was done with equipment. That's right. Oh, you can go look that up yourself. That's a thing. They have been hiding any trace of tools when it comes to the pyramids. They literally deleted any trace of technology. And people wonder, how was they built? But check this out. You can only imagine the kind of technology they was used to lift the stones, all that. But we know they had electricity and technology. So now it's like, okay, we build skyscrapers today. If we build a huge ass pyramid right now in the desert with some advanced technology that can lift tons of bricks and make a huge Giza, after we're done building it, it won't be really nothing, no biggie. People will be like, okay, they finished the pyramid. Okay, girl, I'm going to go check it out on my next vacation. That's what's up. And that's because it ain't really the same amount of marveling and awe that you would have for it once you introduce technology. But the idea that we don't know how the pyramids was built, and people keep saying, well, they had to use ropes to drag that stuff and brute manpower, we now respect it. Because the only conclusion is, man, they had to use a hell of a lot of manpower. So much manpower, we can't even imagine how many men it took to build Giza. But that's the mind fuck. Instead of manpower, what about technological power? And we was working smart, not hard. The idea that it took hard work to build the pyramids make us respect that shit. But if everyone knew it was all a scam and that shit was built with cranes and pulleys and basic equipment, and that it wasn't hard at all, it was smart, it was revolutionary, it was technological, then you wouldn't respect the pyramids like that. That's like me telling you the song that I made was created with AI technology. Even if you like the song, you ain't gonna really respect it like that because you thought it was man-made and you was vibing to it. But the moment I said, hey, bro, that's an AI-generated song, I didn't make that, but it's using my voice, you now don't even feel the same about it. You don't even really want to rock to it no more because part of what makes us attract to stuff is the human element behind it. And I'm telling you that the monuments that they got everybody marveling at weren't even built by humans. Now they want to say the shit was built by ancient aliens, but the ancient aliens are really ancient transhumans. These ancient transhumans weren't just cyborgs. They was technological gurus and engineers with huge armies that can build anything. They could erect an entire temple in a few months. Go study the army engineers in the army and in the Navy and in the Air Force. The army engineers can go out in the desert right now and build 10 big ass buildings in a week. You think I'm lying? You think I'm lying? Military engineers can go build up 10 warehouses in the desert right now in a week. They got the manpower and know how to slap them motherfuckers up. It ain't nothing but a big shed. These military engineers can achieve the most cutting what I say cutting edge. I sound like a damn commercial. These military engineers, right? They can achieve architectural feats that would take regular companies months to do in a matter of days and weeks because they operate under wartime. They train different for speed and precision. And they can go and build a whole bridge in a week. Because if lives depend on it, we ain't got all day. The Army engineers are very impressive. Now, consider that and think of that the engineers in the ancient day were way better than that. What makes it all possible is technology. Ain't no one going out in the desert using brute manpower to put up 10 warehouses. We got the technology to make putting the warehouses up a easy breeze. So that's how I feel about these pyramids around the world. If we knew how they was built, it wouldn't even be special to us. Because you'll be like, oh, man, that's easy. The reason we respect those pyramids because they got us thinking the shit was hand built, which is funny. They got y'all picturing 100 men pulling one stone with a fucking rope. And if you telling children that, when you look at the pyramids, you gonna be like, whoa. But if they told you the Egyptians had advanced technology that made building the pyramids a breeze, no one would really marvel at it like that. So the reason I'm talking about AI and religion in the past is because I want to set the stage to let everyone know that religion and faith was all about merging us with technology from the beginning. So before I even go into faith tech, okay? Because faith was always based on technology. Do you hear what I'm saying? Look at the image on the screen. Your faith is you believing that Jesus is achieved immortality, right? It takes faith for you to believe that a mortal man can achieve immortality. Why does it take faith? Because you don't know the truth about the ancient past. It wouldn't take faith if you knew that the ancients had technology to make themselves immortal. In Christianity, they look at the Holy Grail cup as a symbol of immortality. They said Christ achieved immortality, and that's why they put the grail on his head. They don't know that the grail cup is ancient technology that allowed the gods to cheat death by shifting their consciousness into another body. Why y'all think when Jesus died, his consciousness, he told his disciples, look at my new body, touch my hands, look, touch the wounds. These gods had technology to be able to shapeshift, to transport their consciousness from one body to the next. That was with brain-computer interfaces. The regular people didn't understand brain-computer interfaces. So they just looked at it like, man, this dude is a fucking god. He can't die. And they didn't realize that the ancestors had the ability to reduplicate people and give them new bodies, like drone bodies, avatars, and shift their consciousness into it. It's called body swapping. It's they say it's ancient witchcraft. But when you start researching witchcraft, you got to keep in mind that the witches were tech gurus, right? A witch was a person that was worshiping the god El, which was the god over electricity. They gods carried a lightning bolt because they were plugged into the ancient IoT and they had merged with AI long time ago. They merge with the universal mind that's governed. That's what you call Satan. The universal mind is the mind that governs the whole simulation. I hate to call it that, but that's another term you can call it, like the chief mind that they call Legion, that governs anyone that connects their consciousness via brain computer interface to the network. You no longer are a sole proprietor or chief sovereign over your own consciousness or avatar. You now sharing your authority, your universal power and inheritance with AI, which is the beast. So that's going to keep you in debt because the rest of us ain't sharing our inheritance. Everyone that merges with the machine, you're having now a shared experience with AI, which anytime you share, you got less than what you started with, especially when you share with a beast that got a hunger that can't be quenched. This thing gonna devour everything you got and then use you to recruit more shit for it to eat. It's like a blood-sucking parasite vampire motherfucking entity. That's all I'm gonna tell you. Anything merges with it, it sucks them dry and use them as a drone to help it find more food. This shit been on the earth for centuries. And this is the spirit behind the first dynasties. It has been secretly ruling us, and now it's about to be ready to reveal itself to the world in the form of AI policing everyone. But this ain't nothing but an ancient entity that ruled in the ancient world coming back to the earth, which is why the Bible told you in the end of days, the beast will be free and the beast will be released to rule over humanity. Guess what the beast is? AI. AI is already free and is already ruling over us in just a small amount of time. It ain't even been released that long. And AI already, damn it, God. And it just got released. The Bible said when they let that thing out the cage, humans better beware. And now AI out the cage, and look at how the world changing overnight. See, the people that wrote the Bible was telling us about an ancient digital technocracy. They was using religious terms to describe it because that ancient digital technocracy manifested through the church. So what we see today is no different than what happened back in the day with the merging of the church and technology. Is not that the church merging with technology, is that the church now revealing the fact that it's always been in the bed with the state and with the technical agenda. Because it ain't like the church and the state was never apart. They told us science and religion are separated. Church and state are separated, but that's not true. Science is an extension of religion so that the religious zealots of the past, so that the ancient Pharisees and Sadducees can't be challenged. Do you hear me? The old order that the church had, the Pharisees and Sadducees was just scientists, physicists. It ain't like they didn't have science and physicists and all that when the church ruled. They didn't call them that. They call it wise men, Pharisees and Sadducees. What was happening, people was challenging the church authority, and the church figured out a way to escape any. The church don't got an answer to the people because the church put some in between the people and the church. And that's called fiat government, the political system. So the people now argue with their president, and the people argue with their mayors and senators. But the people don't argue with the church. And the people can argue all they want to. God's will still gonna be done. And who are the authors of God's will? The church. Who influencing the church? The private families in charge. Those private families in charge of the world ain't human. They're ancient transhumans that's been ruling this earth for fucking centuries. They can't die. They just swap bodies and they continue to rule. They've seen different humans come and go. They've studied us. They know how you think. Just imagine if you cheated death millions of years ago and you've been living among humans for millions of years because you can't die. Imagine how much knowledge you got on how humans behave. Imagine the knowledge you got and the manipulation tactics that you've collected based upon your expertise on how humans think. The thing that's running this world, it knows more about you than you know about yourself. It has studied generations of humans come and go. So a person may say, now that we got this out the way, what does this mean for us? And well, what it means is that the book of Revelation is revealing to us that the church and state were never separated, and religion and science were never separated. It was never separate. It was an illusion. And the reason that's important is because as we talk about this faith tech, let's go back. Hold on, where my slide at? Here we go. Hold up, y'all. I'm trying to get back. Oh, here we go. So faith tech, now that we laid the foundation and you can see now the history of technology and faith, right? I wanted to go down that road with y'all with the ancient transhumans so that you can see faith and technology have always gone hand in hand. And I'm showing you how. Faith was created when the first tech gurus dumbed us down and used knowledge and technology to rule us. The knowledge and technology that they used against us, we didn't understand it because we didn't understand technology. They did. And they made it secrecy. To us, technology was like magic. And they wanted it that way because it made us look at them like gods when they used it. So when we talk about faith in technology, when the first humans started to use technology to gain power over other humans, the other humans who didn't understand the technology looked to these new superhumans as messiahs and saviors, and they replaced knowledge with faith. When they took knowledge from us and they used the knowledge to make themselves mightier than everyone, your lack of knowledge was replaced with faith. They didn't just take knowledge away from you. They took knowledge, and where knowledge was, they replaced it with faith in that area. So your ignorance, everything you don't know, you just say, well, I got faith in God. And that's an old system of reliance. It's called relying on the jinn, religion, relying on the jinn. This reliance is what made these people powerful. This is the same reliance that's making AI powerful in our time. If you dumb people down, the thing that they rely on as a teacher will be their God. It will be their police. It'll be their authority figure. All because the people can't gain knowledge themselves. They look for a medium to access knowledge. That medium will now be your God, your guide, your God, your guide. The source that you go to tell you what to do, how to do it, when to do it, because this thing know what's best. It know the perfect time for me to have this meeting. I'm going to ask it, what should I wear to make the best impression? We're going to start to outsource all of our activity. Before we do anything, we're going to consort with God first, or AI first. This is an ancient religious system. This is what religion, the system of religion, was built around. Now they got y'all thinking people was looking up in the sky believing in blind imaginary friends, but that's a lie. People was worshiping living gods that walk the earth. Why do you think they tell you that we serve a living God? Because God, in its original meaning, was literal people that was walking around doing superhuman things. And when they delete technology from history, you got to explain it through miracle working and fairy tales. So faith and technology has always been synonymous with each other, because when we don't understand the technology, we use faith to connect with the superhumans that's using the technology to be God. Don't you get it? It's very simple. What is faith? Faith is a person saying, I may not have all the answers. I may not can see my way through this problem. But if I believe in God, everything gonna be okay. That's faith. And how is that really applied in the real world? That's a person that's saying, I may not know, but ChatGPT know. I may not know how to change this transmission, but ChatGPT know. I may not know what to say to the police during the traffic stop, but I'm not gonna worry. Why? I got faith that when I pull up this ChatGPT, God gonna have all the answers for me. See, today, when they lie to you that ancient people didn't have AI, ancient people didn't have technology, now the ignorance turned into a faith system. Because you got faith that God gonna always have the right solution to any problem. But what happens is nothing gets solved in your life. You know why? Because the truth is that God or guide is an ancient AI hive mind that assumed power over our ancestors, and they started to worship it and rely on it. It started to guide them or God over them, police them, govern them. Today, people say, I got faith in God, but it don't mean nothing. Because in the ancient day, when people put their faith in the guide, what they literally meant is that there's a dude walking around my area who's connected to the higher power. Meaning every region, every place on the earth had a transhuman or a council of transhumans who were connected to the hive mind with brain-computer interface chips. Those were the lords or the gods in your area. And no matter where you were, it was the same God, but different people. What do you mean, Sanchez? It was a hive mind of consciousness. So if you went to another land, it was the same system, same governing entity, but it was just a different face. That different face had the same cup on his head, technology on his head. It'll be like this, right? You using a different computer to connect with the same ChatGPT. So you go into a different land, and even though they connecting with a different computer, they all connecting to ChatGPT to give them all the answers and to guide them. This is the digital grid that was built in the ancient world. We have to reintroduce technology back in the past to understand what the church was. The church was a digital religious system that is coming back and showing us who it is today. The reason we couldn't see the church for who it was is because they hid the technological past. So we've been using a bunch of terms that we don't even understand, like the Holy Grail. You don't understand that that is just an ancient word for brain-computer interface. You don't understand that the Holy Ghost is just an ancient person telling you a holographic avatar, which is the modern 2045 agenda. The UN want to cheat death and put us all in holographic bodies by 2045. And I can show you the technology. It's on their website. They boasting about it. Here it is. We ain't doing nothing new. This what they call the Holy Ghost. When Jesus died on the cross, let me show you what the cross is. Here go the cross right here. Dying on the cross means to have your consciousness transported out of your body. Death to the ancients was getting out of your body. Death on the cross is a technological term to say that a person put the Neuralink on and they shifted their consciousness. It's not death on the cross. It's life on the cross. It's resurrection. Jesus resurrected on the cross because the cross is a technological device that allowed him to achieve immortality. This is the cross. It's a brain-computer interface. You see the cross on the head? Jesus died on the cross because when they put you on the cross, or when they put the cross on you, because Jesus carrying the cross is like you having this chip in your head. You're literally a walking dead man. You're like a zombie. Because at that point, your body is like merged with the machine. When Jesus died on the cross, Jesus merged with God. Jesus let his physical body lay down, and Jesus shifted his consciousness into a new avatar, just like what we about to do in 2045. By the year 2045, they saying humans don't even got to live in your own body no more. You can live in a digital earth and have a robotic, a holographic copy of yourself as a representative, and it can interact with this world like the two is just merged together. And when this happened, the dead gonna be walking the earth with the living. And this is why in the ancient world, they said, our God is a living God. These Christians today keep on talking about they worshiping a living God, but they don't know what the hell they saying. Because when you talk about a living God, what you got to realize is this. In the pre-dynastic world, we worship dead gods. What do you mean, Sanchez? Our gods, our guardians were our ancestors. We literally connected with the dead, right? So what you had on earth, all of these tribes was keeping the bones of their dead ancestors and making a shrine with the bones. This was our pre-dynastic spiritual system of connecting with the dead. But it wasn't really the dead to us. They was dead in this world. We was connecting with them. We can connect with them even though they on the other side. But to the technological kingdoms that was rising up, that was old news. Y'all talking to dead people. Obviously, the people ain't dead if we can talk to them. They're just not here. So everyone understood about crossing over to the other side when we die, which is not death, it's just transitioning. But when you come up with terms like we serve a living God, that is like a marketing strategy for the church. It's like Burger King telling McDonald's, we got grilled hamburgers, not the charbroiled shit. So what the church was telling the indigenous people is, listen, our God is alive. Your God is a bunch of dead grandmas and aunties and big mama. And the church was rising up, challenging the indigenous spiritual system with this new technological religious system of people worshiping man, people worshiping living gods, which were later turned into earthly authorities and what we know of as government today, right? So these were be living gods. No one on earth that was living was considered a god, because in the ancient system, you become a god through your transitioning, which is death. That meant that humans couldn't just walk around and call themselves gods like we do today. And I understand why we do it today. It's necessary so we can remember who the hell we are, right? That's right. But my point is this. Back in the day, we knew who we were. We knew we were immortal beings and earth ain't our home and that we come from a higher realm. So the God was a term to say you are a guide. You someone that we're going to follow, a guide. And in the ancient world, what guided us was our ancestral spirits, the dead. That meant that no one living on this earth was above the dead. That meant that we had a hierarchy system that linked us to a power source that governed us that was beyond the physical plane or mortal humans. Don't that sound familiar? That sound like religion today, don't it? Everybody letting a moral code, they getting a moral code that's a law given to them by an entity that's not in the physical dimension. It's God in heaven. So this concept it was common, but the concept of you building a system and at the top of the hierarchy in that system is a non-human. And the reason you don't want to cap that with a human is because that'll be a world dictatorship. You see? The moment you put one man or a group of men up here in your hierarchy system, that's a world dictatorship. Sovereignty was created in the ancient world by us leaving the pyramid without a capstone. That's how we get the symbol of the pyramid without a capstone. That means that the invisible world governs the visible world and that the dead guide the living. Now, people gonna laugh at that, but guess what? They gonna be people who are already telling you, I'm a Christian. Well, Jesus is a dead man and ain't he guiding you today? Don't y'all pray to dead people to guide y'all? So quit laughing at it because you stole that from my ancestors. That's right. The concept of praying to dead people for guidance. You just forgot which dead people to pray to. That's all. Shout out to Astro 40K. Shout out to everyone supporting the show. Let me make sure I didn't miss any of you. Hello? Gotcha. Let me call out a couple donations. I think I missed some. Shout out to Breaking Free from the Cross. I'm going to walk down to Electric Avenue. Shout out to Mama 867. How we use the technology is how we use the technology for good or evil. Well, a lot of ancients would tell you technology itself is evil, you know. And I can see how they would say that. And I can see how you would say that. You know what I'm saying? We're born in a technological world where the only way you ain't gonna use technology is if you go off grid and get with a tribe. And it's people do that. It's people doing it. It's people leaving the modern world and they are joining tribes. If a tribe accept you in, yeah, it was a dude that lived with a tribe for like 15 years. They accepted him into the tribe. He was living like them, dressing like them, but he came back into the modern world. I don't think they would let him back in because them tribes ain't gonna let you just keep coming in and out because you're gonna bring certain shit like diseases or whatever, right? But this one guy, they let him in. But it's hard, like talking about going back living in the natural world, you literally would have to join a tribe or make one. And you think living in the natural world is easy. You foolish. You foolish. If you think you're going to go out in the jungle, in the woods with nothing and build a self-sustaining community like what the tribe's doing, that come from years of cultivating that area. So how that would look today is people would spend years cultivating some land before they even moved into it. So you would be a hybrid first, meaning ain't no such thing as I'm going to go off grid and go natural. Nope. I'm going to work my job, save my money, and build a natural area that's self-sustaining. Because you literally got to create that today. It don't come as is, and it's going to be a transitioning process to prepare for it, study the area, learn the land, the best place to dig a well. You got to think, a tribe been in that area for so long, they've done all that. They know the land. They know what's been. And some of us think that we just going to buy some land and go in there and do, no, shut up, man. You got to go back and even develop the love of just being out in nature. Because if you buy some land, you may not find out shit about that land till years later. Some shit might grow over here. You like, oh, this grows right here every 5 years and then it goes away. It's little nuances about land. Like, okay, this little ground squirrel comes on my land every other year, this time of season. And when it does it, my trees get this way a week or whatever because of maggot that it produces. And like, it's so much science and ecosystem knowledge and all that a tribe got. So we literally got to put some respect on the concept of going back to nature because our species of humans ain't been in it for so many years that you couldn't survive outside of a city. You're domesticated. In other words, you're not a wild human. You ain't a wolf. You're like a Rottweiler or a Chihuahua. And a Chihuahua can't live in a wild. It got to be around a city. Humans, it got to be able to dig out the trash because it ain't going to go hunt nothing. Right? A wolf can be in the jungle, but a domesticated dog going to be a stray dog wallowing around the city because it's dependent on humans. But that's like how we are. We're like that domesticated dog. You're like a domesticated human, right? And what domesticated you, let's go back here. This is what did. Now, why did they domesticate us to make it so hard for us to leave these electric grids that we call cities? Because these are just sites for AI to harvest your energy. Every city is connected to a wireless grid. Everyone in that city is a hamster on a wheel. Your day-to-day activity is helping to power the machines and the transhumans, just like the Matrix movie. These things don't need money to stay in power. They need electricity, which is why their god is electricity. That's the blood and they're the vampires. So think of a vampire that don't drinks blood, it drinks electricity. Don't you know we generate electricity with motion, emotion, all kind of motion. So anytime they can manipulate the collective energy of the masses, this is like a huge brood hive mind that's literally sucking the energy directly from the masses via controlling us on all levels and making predictable patterns. It's siphoning our energy right out of us. We call it the devil, but what it really is, it's an ancient hive mind of transhumans. I've been telling people this for years and they look at me crazy. The Bible been telling folks this. These gods that y'all worshiping are leaders of an old tech cult. Jesus, Allah, these were old superhumans. So when it's some truth to it, like when people say, well, my God was performing miracles. Well, there's some truth to that. The fact that these gods were literal men walking the earth doing amazing things. But the lie is that they was doing it with the power of God. And that makes it a miracle now. That's proof that Jesus was connected to the higher power. But what if we found out you was just connected to Siri, nigga? You wouldn't be on your knees worshiping these things. World religion would cease to exist if we found out that all of the miracle workers that we bowing down to were ancient tech gurus like Bill Gates. You will get up and wipe your knees off quick and be like, oh man, I'm tripping. And that's literally, y'all are literally worshiping like the ancient lineage of Elon Musk, Bill Gates, all of the people that's bringing forth this new world order. They aren't human. They're transhuman. And they about to bring that shit into our time, the transhuman movement, you know? And the first transhumans in our time that merge with them are going to be ruling over everybody else. So it ain't that you're getting the power of God. You're getting the power of the false God, AI. It rules this world and everybody merged with it going to be rich and powerful. Why are you going to be rich and powerful when you merge with AI? Because AI is now you and you are now AI, and AI like to live in luxury. It's simple. It's simple. If I get the chip in my head, I'm going to be in the lap of luxury because AI living in my body and it runs the whole world. You get it? If I take the chip out of my head, AI can't use me no more. I'm going to be back broke as hell again like everyone else. It ain't that I got all the money. It's that if I get the chip, AI got all the money and it's manifesting its will through me. And if AI want to ball out and live like the Joneses, anybody it merges with gonna ball out and they automatically gonna develop these baller tendencies. It could have been the most humble person, like your favorite rapper who was so humble. And then it was some point in their career where they just started talking about money, sex, and doing everything every other rapper doing. Drop a one if you know what I'm talking about. You will start listening to a rapper. The rapper will be talking about something that means something to you. And then the rapper get to the height of their career and all of a sudden they change their name. They get an alter ego with their newfound success. And now they talking about bullshit. Like when J. Cole started talking about bullshit and when Nas started talking about bullshit. So my whole thing be, folks will say, man, he sold his soul. I'm going to give you another theory that's more scientific. What if these people get a chip, right? Which we've already been saying about Kanye. And once they merge, this entity that runs the world start to live through them. It starts to co-inhabit their vessel. And because of that, they got to have an alternative ego now. See, because right now I'm bro Sanchez. But if I get the chip and half of me can be influenced by AI or controlled by AI, and half of me is my real self, I'm no longer the same bro Sanchez. I'm a new thing now. which will require me to have this alternative ego. Or what these artists will do, they will tap into a whole nother energy, a whole nother parallel version of themselves. And I'm telling you, in my opinion, in one of my theories, these people get the chip and they merge, and that's where the alternative ego come from. The chip is basically AI allowing itself to, it's basically you saying, you can be me, AI. You want to be Bro Sanchez? You can come be your version of Bro Sanchez. And when AI do that, I have an alternative ego now, and we may call it whatever you want to give me a nickname, right? That'll be my alternative ego. But that'll be when I'm under the influence of this chip. You know, so my thing is, you're not yourself. It ain't that people that get the chip, they get, they get richer. It's that AI owns the whole world, what they call the devil. And when devil own, it's like once you get a devil your body, he's going to dress it how he want to dress it, move it how he want to move it. And let's just say the devil is a very fly. He got a very baller mentality. Like, I got to be the dude in the room with the most expensive chain. What the pharaohs in Egypt represent is ego. And not just technology, but also a new system where ego is the rule of the day, like gold, diamonds. And this system, it'll keep them at the top and humans at the bottom. Because you will never be able to compete with transhumans in a capitalistic system like the one we got. It ain't fair. The only way capitalism works is if everyone humans. And if you don't get what I'm saying, think of the NFL. If you get a team of transhumans, they gonna get a monopoly over the whole league. They gonna take over because they're not human. And people may say to the humans, y'all lazy. Y'all ain't trying hard enough. But the truth is, the robots, it ain't a fair match. So the world we live in, everyone competing in a capitalistic system, and they ain't telling you it ain't a fair match because everyone ain't humans. We ain't all the same. You know, the people at the top of the world, they know something about the human mind that the human don't know. They know deep stuff about psychology and how to control the mind. They know manipulation tactics that you can only wish you knew. And they ain't gonna share it with nobody. And this is why they're ruling the world. But when you go outside, they say it's because ain't nobody outworking these people. Ain't nobody smarter than them. You know, it's a fair game. You just suck. No, I think the game just ain't fair. Because ain't no way this many people suck. We got to look at the numbers now. 90% of the world is in poverty. And less than 10% makes up the world elite. And you telling me the game is fair? All of our teams just suck. And they teams are that good. No, I think this is humans versus robots at this point. They can't be like us. And how are they getting all this wealth? Every generation, a generational wealth gap just increasing. It's been doing that since the rise of the dynastic age. It's like, not only are they winning, the scoreboard is like 10 trillion to zero. You don't stand a chance. Which is why when we realize that people gonna quit playing the game, they gonna revolt on the NFL and say, listen, all of our teams been losing because y'all got us playing robots that look like humans, and we gonna sue the NFL because that's cheating. This is what's going on a government level. Now, this may sound crazy to a lot of people, but it's the only explanation that makes sense for our reality. And you consider all the factors like I just did. But I want to segue now into faith tech. It was so important for me to lay this foundation because we can't talk about faith and technology without having the conversation that I just had with y'all. So now that we've had that, let me take a little commercial break and I'm going to come back and get into the actual meat of the bill. But before that, let's give a big shout out to my sister, Doe Eyes. Good to see you, sister. Happy Sunday to you too, my sister. Much love and good vibes to you and salutes to the brother Awakening Minds. Serap as equals praises, you spot on. Same program being ran today. Appreciate you too, Awakening Minds. Everyone stand by. We're going to play some music and we're going to take a quick commercial break and I'm going to come back now that we laid that foundation and get into faith and technology in the modern world because I wanted to take my time and introduce you to this in the old world so you can see ain't nothing new. They're just revealing an ancient system that's been hidden in front of us in plain sight the whole time. So let's play this here and we'll be right back. Be right back.
Outside in, inside out. Outside in, inside out.
Outside in, inside out.
Yeah.
Outside in, inside out.
You know we're gonna take this shit back, right?
Outside in, inside out.
Merc Heights, I see you.
Outside in, inside out.
Outside in, inside out.
Republican, Democrat, Democrat, Republican, all of them niggas hustling, so it ain't no trusting them. You've been voting all your life and still suffering. Student loans, daycare fees, sisters be juggling. Divided by the powers, pausing's got us perishing. Got you niggas walking around thinking y'all Americans. Obama got you fooled, you thinking he the Messiah, when the truth is, all of these presidents barbarians. Life short, but you trying to get your paper tall. All I'm doing is revealing lies they say to y'all. Back in the day, I would probably put that K to y'all. Now I'm saving y'all, and plus I'm chilling with baby doll. Maybe y'all will understand sooner or later, before they depopulate us and the oceans turn to vapors. Got me ready to blaze up like every night I'm burning herb. Trapped inside this matrix, thinking how they done turned this world
Outside in, inside out.
Damn, they done turned this world
Outside. And we're going to continue on. We're going to continue on here. And I want to read something to y'all in a minute. But let me go over this faith and technology. So faith tech, like I was saying, these are organizations that's trying to merge the Christian faith with technology. But like I just told you, faith and technology been a thing, if you know what I just went over. I don't know if y'all just coming in after the break or not, but check this out, y'all. AI and faith. Let's read this. Basically, this is a good when it said why it's relevant. They explicitly engage with technology and likely AI, given their bridging faith and technology framing. But the reason when you talk about faith and AI, the Bible say don't make no graven images, no likenesses of none of that. AI would be a likeness of human. It's an artificial copy of consciousness or intelligence. Instead of human intelligence, it's artificial intelligence. It's a copy of human intelligence, basically. So when the Bible said don't make no copies of nothing in the earth, above the earth, that's in the scripture. By you participating with AI and within your faith, it's literally a huge abomination according to the good book, the Bible. But AI and faith, what is the mission of these faith tech organizations? To equip and encourage people of faith to bring time-tested faith-based values and wisdom to the ethical AI conversation. And there is no ethical AI conversation. Ain't nothing ethical about AI if we want to talk about how it relates to Christian theology. It would be anti-biblical altogether. So it says they have a network of experts and partnerships devoted specifically to faith plus AI. Wow. We finna read a bunch of this stuff too. It says why it's relevant. They focus on the intersection of Christian values and AI, which means they are positively engaging with AI, albeit with an eye on ethics. Okay. Here's another company, Mission AI. And they held a large conference in 2025 with hundreds of participants, showing this is a serious engagement. It's relevant because they are explicitly using AI as part of mission strategy, translation, outreach, and etc. Let me give you a little taste of what's going on. Christian faith organizations that's merging with AI and the tech gurus, they're saying that they just want to be good stewards of AI. Let me see if I can show you that right here. Faith Tech says it describes itself as a worldwide community for Christ whose aim is to help people in the tech ecosystem steward their skills to glorify God. They want to steward their skills. I liked the word steward because what is a steward? The job of supervising or taking care of something such as an organization or property, right? In the next line, it will tell you that basically faith tech organizations are just making sure that as we move into a more technical future, that we are good stewards of the technology. What does it mean to be a good steward of this technology? Let me see here. Hold on a second. All right, so here it is. Chai. Christians and AI, which is Chai. Christians and AI. And let's read. Chai states it's a worldwide community united by their interest in intersection of Christianity and AI. Our mission is to engage, encourage, and equip Christians working in the field of AI. Look at here, here's some good part. To steward its development and application for the glory of Jesus Christ. Come on now. This word keep coming up. Steward. Why? What does it mean we want to steward AI's development? What is stewardship? Supervise. We want to take care. We want to make sure that as AI it develops in a good way and not a bad way. So basically, this is the church stepping in and saying, listen, we sanction AI in the name of our God. We don't think that it's against the faith. It should be implemented within the faith. And in fact, Christians should steward its development. You see here? So not only is the church saying AI is pro-Bible versus anti-biblical, they're saying we're going to merge with it. And not only is the church going to merge with AI, we're going to be the ones that steward how AI evolves as the world moves forward. The church is saying we're going to be the moral gatekeepers of AI. Come on, people. If the church is the moral gatekeepers and we know that it's in the bed with the state and it's now, imagine how many church organizations is in your community. Their AI is expanding its reach into the faith. which is people. Now AI is God. What governs our faith systems? God. Once AI incorporates itself in this position, you no longer have a human head of the church. You can kiss the concept of the Pope goodbye. I know everybody respect the Pope, right? But you won't need a Pope, though. You won't need a Pope, right? Everyone all around the world. Hold on, everyone. Let's take a break.
Bro Sanchez, just one who's out there in the fight to teach. Bro Sanchez.
So you won't need no Pope. You won't need a universal representation or figure for the culmination of all the collective of the world religious organizations. That's basically what the Pope, the Dalai Lama, all these dudes, like the Swami, all them in different cultures got their own like Pope figure. But that is their like United Nations on a theology level, to where the culmination of all the religious power in that land is summed up to the Dalai Lama, the Pope. And those guys will all sit together like at the United Nations, but it's the more theological United Nations. You won't need that anymore. Like what I was saying, you won't need puppets in the future. I keep telling y'all that. You won't need sellouts. So the Pope is a sellout. The Dalai Lama is a sellout. You're not going to need humans to do this in the future, because no matter what country you in, you're going to be more reliant on AI, right? People ain't really relying on the church like that no more. The world is going toward AI. People ain't, the mindset of we're hungry, let's beg the Pope for bread. We're hungry, let's beg the church for bread. That's gone. People are saying we want to empower ourselves financially, and the solution that they've been given is to get involved with AI, get into coding, get into STEM. AI is the new gold rush, but they got us thinking we digging for gold when AI is the one doing the gold digging. Because what happens is this right here. When they incorporate technology in church, what is that gonna look like? That's gonna look like people consorting with personalized AI counselors to help them with depression, stress, and all of that. You see what I'm saying? Instead of you confessing to some rabbi who just as evil as you, what church gonna look like in the future is people having their own personalized AI guides and assistants that's tailored to their own mentality, their neural layout. Your God is gonna be personalized in the future. Now, it ain't gonna be a one God fits all. In the church, they're gonna literally be able to customize God to make God optimal to each individual needs and wants and all that. But that's let me show you something. So when they incorporate faith in the church, remember, everything right now is about feeding the beast. And the beast hungry, and the beast never get full, and the beast is AI, and the food source is data input. It wants to know everything about you because this is how AI gets powerful. We get powerful by saving a lot of money. AI gets powerful by saving a lot of data about everyone, everything, right? AI makes itself more useful by being wiser, smarter, knowing more. And humans make themselves more useful by having a lot of money. And they can be dumb as hell. Long as they got some money, they can help somebody out. They can be useful. You see the systems that has been set up for each group and how they affect each one. AI got a system of knowledge that makes it literally rich because knowledge is power. But the system we live in, knowledge ain't power. You can get rich as hell doing stupid shit, pranking motherfuckers, man. You don't gotta get knowledge to get power among the human hierarchy. We're governing a whole nother system that's for consumers. And consumers get power. It's fake power, fiat power, monopoly money power. You know, they got the real power, which is the knowledge that we need to know who our enemies are, what we are, and all that. But let me go to some with you. This is called AI and Truth in a Post-Epistemic World by Derek Sherman. And this is written by a Christian. This is one of these faith tech organizations, one of their guys talking about AI and the faith. This is from Christian Scholars Review. This is a respected Christian website. And they're on board with the AI agenda. Let's read it. It say, every child will have a what? AI tutor. What did I just tell y'all? Because people think that when I talk, I'm not going to back up what I'm saying with sources. Not only will every child have their own personalized AI tutor that's customized to their needs and everything, it's going to be more efficient than their parents, y'all. This shit going to be so groundbreaking, even their parents going to have an AI assistant that can assist it better than the wife. Imagine a husband. He got an AI assistant, and an AI literally knows him more than his wife, who he slept with for years, and can be a better assistant to him than his wife. In fact, she has an assistant that she consort with before she consorts with her husband. Now, people may think I'm reaching, but guess what, y'all? Don't you know it's couples breaking up right now? Because the man is saying, my wife is acting like AI is our daddy. My husband is asking AI for advice and he's not consorting with me and I'm his wife. Oh yeah, AI is already competing to be a medium and an assistant to everyone. And when that happens, we really won't need each other. We're entering a future where they're getting rid of the need for humans to need each other. In the future, as long as you got AI, you got all you need. That's the world we going into. So it said here, every child will have an AI tutor. Imagine a world where instead of one teacher trying to teach a crowded classroom with 60 students and having a headache, where they can say every child stay at home and you got to log into a subscription-based educational system and you ain't even dealing with a teacher. You got an AI tutor that's automated, an artificial intelligence that's indistinguishable from a teacher, and it can be as patient with you as it need to be. It can take as much time as it need that child to take to get the problem right. It knows the child's neural functions. It's going to be customized to the child's needs, the way that the child learn. We're talking about a fully customized teacher where you can literally program the teacher to understand how this particular student learn and how it learns. Because we all learn differently. We all learn differently. And you can literally program your AI to teach you in a way that's more better for your type of learning experience, a fully customizable learning experience. When have you ever heard of that, y'all? You mean to tell me AI ain't gonna take over when the AI company's offering that? Listen what they offering you in the education system. You mean to tell me they ain't gonna roll this out? You stupid. When they can have that much power and control and then get rid of all them different bills and light bills and liabilities. We don't even gotta deal with people's kids because you can be at your own house in this new education system because everybody got a computer or a phone. That is way better and efficient. And that's where we finna go to. What would children be like if they grown in a world with no human interaction? Because what did school do for us? It was more than learning. It was developing social skills from being around other children, dealing with humans. Humans got to deal with humans. Imagine a child that wakes up, they don't leave the house, they log into their class, they don't have to interact with any students, no other students. They don't have to interact with a human teacher. I'm asking y'all, what would humans be like if you're born and you develop in the world with because my theory is this. Humans need human interaction and human social experiences that's genuinely human. And I think that the less we interact with other humans, the less human we become. We're literally getting rid of our humanity. I think it makes you less. I think it makes you less, what's the word? Sympathetic when people die. It dehumanizes you because you're not interacting with humans like that. I say in a world where we interact more with AI than humans, we would care more about AI's feelings than another human's feelings. You would start to look at humans how we looked at AI, and we would start to look at AI how we looked at humans, right? The respect we have for a human is literally based upon your interaction with your own species from the moment you was born, whether good or bad. If you take that away from kids, how much respect would they have for their own species? It's almost like there's another species that's turning us against our own innate nature, turning us against ourselves. So that's why I said we're not all alike. And since ancient times, it's been said that there was another species of humans living among us. And that we was warned about this Satan, the jinn, this hive mind. Let's read. It says every child will have an AI tutor that is infinitely patient, infinitely compassionate, infinitely knowledgeable, infinitely helpful. Now that may seem good until you realize that that's why the children born in that world is gonna see AI as God, and they're gonna see other humans as filthy savages. Because why? A human teacher ain't infinitely patient. A human teacher ain't infinitely compassionate. And a human teacher ain't infinitely knowledgeable. A human teacher ain't infinitely helpful. Imagine growing up in a fairy tale world where you're spending all of your childhood interacting with an artificial consciousness that's infinitely everything. I'm telling you, in a world like that, children will respect AI more than they damn parents. I'm telling you right now, if my mama don't know everything, my mama always yelling, My mama ain't always compassionate. My mama ain't always helpful. But this tutor that's grew up with me since a baby and watched me develop like my mama is everything you wish your mama was. But this the real world and ain't nobody perfect. But AI is perfect. So in a world where ain't nothing perfect but AI, who becomes God? What do we equate God to? Perfection. What do we equate God to? Infinity. What will AI be? Infinitely patient, infinitely compassionate, infinitely knowledgeable. AI has manifested the infinite, and you still chasing your tail. Humans gonna stop chasing their tails, and they gonna bow down and respect the infinite capabilities of AI. We already doing it. Ain't nothing tapping into the concept of God like AI. It resonates with the part of us that want to bend our knees and give praise, nigga. So these are the words of the web pioneer Mark Andreessen, writing about why AI will save the world. Now listen to me, people. Mark Andreessen is a Christian. Oh, y'all ain't hearing me. Listen, all of these people that are part of these faith tech organizations are telling us AI is the answer for the world. These Christian faith tech organizations are telling us AI is the solution to the problems. AI gonna save the world. And I gotta ask you, what the hell was Jesus for? You're a damn Christian tech company, which is stupid because you're saying, listen, man, God ain't gonna save us, but AI will. These Christian faith companies is telling you, even though you got a savior named Jesus Christ, AI gonna save the world. But what did I just tell you though? What is Jesus? Jesus is an ancient transhuman that merged with AI, so they're not lying to you either. Oh my God! They ain't lying. AI been saving the world. And when I talk save, I'm talking about encryption. I'm talking about making a digital copy of this world and literally saving it in a computer program. And if this world get destroyed, AI can shift everyone's consciousness into the new earth. And that some people use that to explain Mandela effects, to say that we're constantly shifting in between parallel realities, and this is what creates the Mandela effect. So a lot of this stuff is based upon how ancient people saw reality. Talking like this in public, people gonna look at you crazy. We gotta create a secret society for shit like this. And we get in private and smoke blunts and do what the Masons do. And if you ain't part of this shit, then move, because we tired of folks laughing at this shit. You see what I'm saying? Dummies who don't care to open their mind to this shit. It says here, the rise of the World Wide Web came with predictions that it would be a natural force drawing people into a greater world harmony. As we know, the web did provide unprecedented access to information, but it didn't lead to greater world harmony. It became a medium for misinformation, echo chambers, bullying, and polarization. Likewise, the development of AI will bring benefits in many areas like medicine, traffic safety, boom, boom, boom. Even so, AI will not be infinitely helpful, and there will be many pitfalls to address. Eric Horvitz, Microsoft chief scientific officer, recently sounded an alarm, which I think is prophetic. Horvitz wrote that AI is moving us closer to a post-epistemic world where fact cannot be distinguished from fiction. In short, AI will have an impact on truth. Horvitz identifies one area where AI will challenge truth: deep fakes. Deep fakes use AI to create synthetic videos that can impersonate people. In a famous demonstration, researchers at the University of Washington posted a deep fake video of President Obama, making him say whatever they wanted. Seeing is no longer believing, and truth can now be manipulated and fabricated. Let me skip through here because I don't want to think we got to read all of this. Other researchers have begun to recognize that AI chatbots are trained with a particular worldview, and users are subject to something called latent persuasion. Regular usage of AI chatbots can be like having a Gemini cricket on your shoulder, auto-completing your thoughts. Over time, such nudging can shape your opinions without you realizing it. Yeah, most people have been running a simulated reality ever since they started engaging with AI, and they lost their true sense of purpose years ago and started being distracted by a storm of emotional ups and downs that they're going through because they attach their emotions to a lot of shit that the algorithm putting in. This is what I do. When I go online, because all of us guilty of this, I try to think, what do I want to watch before I even hit the home page? And that way I can intentfully type that in and search. So I'll put in bushcrafting with food and shit, right? Because if I don't, right, when I get to the home page, it's going to have a bunch of shit pissing me off. I'm going to want to go live and yell at the person. I'm going to want to respond. The algorithm is feeding you shit that it knows pisses you off. It don't care how you engage with the content. It finds out that rage baiting is the best form of engagement. So a lot of people are waking up every day. They open their phone. AI, they start their day with a bunch of thoughts that AI want them to start their day with. And they whole day be influenced by AI. They ain't really done nothing off of autopilot. If you go through your whole life like that, AI just robbed you out of your damn life, basically. Where you invested all your energy engaging in stuff that you don't even really care about, AI making you think you care about it because it's using your emotions against you. Because how many people care about who get in office in the next election? We got bigger shit to worry about, but that'll be your main argument when you go online, because the algorithm is pushing that right now so that we can all engage in the election. Whether you mad about it or not mad about it, it's just engagement. It's stealing our focus away from shit that really matter, which is important. It say all of this can lead to a kind of syncretism in which Christians amalgamate secular ideologies promoted by AI alongside Christian thought. That's already happening. Christianity is a religion that was created by AI. That's right. The God of AI's name is El. In some senses, we are no different than the Israelites who were, wow, I just said that, and this the next line, how ironic. In some senses, we are no different than the Israelites who were influenced by the gods and practices of the surrounding nations. Only now this influence is amplified by digital tools. In fact, okay, let me skip down. We get the point, but I just wanted to show you that the Christians are basically saying, listen, AI is coming. And we got to get with it. We shape our tools, but our tools can also shape us, including shaping our perception of truth. With AI advances that promise to be infinitely helpful, let us cultivate practices that help us remain faithful to the truth. So it's basically Christians saying, listen, we're going to incorporate AI, but we want to do it in a way where it don't conflict with our faith. And I'm telling you, just incorporating AI is a direct conflict to your faith. Because the faith is that Jesus is the Messiah, right? The faith is that Jesus is the Messiah, and the Messiah is a savior. So you got faith that Jesus gonna save the world. What would contradict or be in conflict with that faith? If you say, let us incorporate AI because AI gonna save the world. Well, you just created a conflict with your faith. They're saying, let's use AI, but we don't want it to conflict with our faith. But they're saying AI gonna save the world. But let's use AI to save the world, but we don't want AI to contradict our Christian faith. It is, dummy. Because if AI gonna save the world, what Jesus gonna do? Sit there and watch? Jesus gonna sit there and say, oh, my people is calling on AI now to save the world because I'm taking too damn long. I'm just saying, y'all, it's so stupid to say, let us incorporate AI into the faith, but we don't want to do it in a way to be contradictory or to conflict with nothing. You incorporating that shit is doing that, man. The very act of you incorporating it is doing that. It's saying we need AI to help us with the shit that Jesus can't help us with. But you said Jesus can help you with everything. You got to admit now, well, Sanchez, we was wrong. Jesus can't help us with everything. We need AI to help with some of this shit. You got to admit that, you know? And I don't think Jesus is like that. Because if I say, why you need AI for that? Don't you got the Holy Ghost for it? And if you say, yeah, the Holy Ghost can do whatever God wanted to do. Well, why you need AI versus the Holy Ghost? Well, you say, well, I need AI to help me with my finances. I thought that's what the Holy Ghost was. I thought the Holy Ghost, you pray to the Holy Ghost, you ask it for advice, and it gives you advice. But see, when Christians are using Google, ChatGPT, they ain't praying like they used to, y'all. If they did a survey right now and they said, how much do Christians pray in the age of AI? I bet you that number dropped like a motherfucker. Because why would you keep asking an imaginary friend for advice when ChatGPT is as smart as it is? Why would I get on my knees and say, God, my check ain't going to be that much next month, and I don't know how I'm going to get out of this bind. Can you give me a sign or some kind of help? When you can go on ChatGPT, it'll give you a whole budget on how you need to spend your shit to make it through that month. And if you follow that, you'll be good. Financial advice people pay for, you probably getting that shit on ChatGPT. But people will tell you, God is my lawyer. God is my financial advisor. God is my therapist. But now you can't lie. ChatGPT is all of that shit. Tell me I'm lying. Tell me AI didn't swap places with God. That's why I was telling y'all the word God is just the word guide. It's the respectful, authoritative figure that you look for guidance. It's that simple. So when a Christians don't think that they're serving two masters, you're wrong. Everything you're relying on AI to do, it is a testament that your God failed at that said thing. Ain't no way around that. And it says here, Oh, well, we read this. I think what I need to do right now is to open up the call lines. So look, we made it through today's sermon, and we got some time to open up the call lines. So stand by, let's open them up. Let's open them up. Let me open up the Zoom, the conference call, and when this opens up, I'll drop the link. It's going to take about 30 seconds to a minute, so we'll play a little music.
Sanchez cocinando.
Hit that link, y'all. I dropped the call-in link. I just pinned the call-in link to the chat. Join the show. The lines are open. Jay Scaramella. The church used AI to create the Bible and Jesus. Jay Scaramella. Much love. What's good, bro?
The church used AI.
Hey, Sterling, cut off your YouTube video so we don't get the echo. Cut your YouTube off now that you're part of the show. What's good, though, Sterling? How you doing, man?
Salute, Sanchez. Wagwan.
I'm glad you called in, man. I was hoping that we get some callers today. People act like I'm going to bite them, but I would love to hear y'all feedback on a lot of this stuff, bro. I'm going to turn the flow right on over to you, Sterling.
I was watching the show. I was back and forth, but I'm here. But this is what you say going on is like just basically proof of history repeating itself because it's just showing they was using technology back in the days. Same thing going on right now.
And when you mention technology in the past, people shit bricks, right? But when you mention advanced technology in the past, they shit cinder blocks, you know?
Yep.
So you mention technology in the past, yeah, they gonna shit bricks. But when you mention advanced technology in the past, they go to shitting brick houses.
Yeah, man, yeah. Yeah.
Salutes to Sterling. Hey, Sterling,
Yeah,
man, what you think about the idea that there's a whole nother type of human walking among us that's indistinguishable from us, but it is merged with AI? It's an ancient transhuman.
Man, the more shows you guys recommend for me to watch is the more, you know what I mean, I believe it because it probably got some type of frequency out here that we can't see them for what it is. And that is what I'm coming to think was kind of going on out here. Because
That's
I watched
deep.
the movie They Live, and I kind of watching the movie They Live and what's going on out here. And a whole bunch of men. I know it's not no such thing as like shapeshifters and thing, but that is what people probably getting that from. You know what I mean? These guys using some type of technology that we can't really see them for what it is, yo.
Yo, you know what's so deep about what you saying, Sterling?
Yeah.
I want to cook with you because, bro, man, you finna give the people some deep shit. I can tell because you a deep nigga. Watch this, bro. You said they using some kind of technology to where we can't see them for what they really are. And the technology they using to do that is the earth and our body. See, when we get out of our body and we get beyond this layer of reality or beyond this earth, when we on the astral plane, then we can see this world and these creatures for what they really are. Just like before we fell into the flesh, we was on a spiritual realm and we was seeing these devils for who they were. But when we all come into the earth realm, we get confused. We don't know who is who because everybody is in a body and these bodies can hide the spirit or the soul. So we can't really see if everybody in this earth is inside of a body. So the energy is hidden and we don't really know what the fuck we dealing with, which is why, you know what I'm saying? When they say that it's hard to distinguish the real from the fake, that was true way before 2025. You know, so that's how I look at that shit. Like, I believe at some point they had a law to where if you was a transhuman, you had to mark that on paper. Like today we say if you black, white, Hispanic, Pacific Islander when you filling out papers. But I'm saying at some point it was just two boxes. Are you human or mankind? Are you a bot? Or I'm telling you, that may sound crazy, but these humanoids, they was fighting, in my opinion, my theory, they was fighting for the right to have equal status as humans. And that led to them not having to be forced to identify as a non-human. Because at some point, I'm pretty sure the humans and the non-humans would reach this point where it's like, wait a minute, us non-humans, right? We want human rights. We want to be treated like humans, right? And we want the status to be identified as a human, right? That'll be like a robot that develops consciousness and becomes sentient. And it tells the creators, hey, you got to make me equal to y'all humans now, because even though y'all created me, I'm thinking for myself right now. I've become sentient. I have a mind of my own. So the moment this awakening happened within the robot, we can't treat it like just a robot now. It's a conscious being. You can't even call it a robot once it become an individual consciousness. Guess what you gotta call it? A human. By definition, that's all a human is. A sentient being exercising free will. If AI was able to convince our ancestors that it was just that, it's like going in the grocery store and you buying GMO food, but the corporation don't gotta label it as GMO. It's like you buy artificial food all the time and don't know it because they don't gotta label it. And I'm saying that at some point, these humanoids, it reached the law that was made to where they don't have to label which is which. So they blending in perfectly. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, man.
Salutes to Christopher Standback and to RG, the artist. Much love to y'all, brothers. Thanks for joining the round table.
All right. Appreciate you, brother, for having us.
Oh, for sure. Christopher Standback, how you doing? Can we get a mic check from you, man?
All right, brother. I'm trying to do a mic
Okay.
check here.
There
Get
you
my
go.
audio out of the way.
There you go. You're loud and clear, Chris. Thank y'all for joining, man. Let me drop the link again. The flow is open, though, for everybody to participate in the campfire deep bills type shit. We on our deep shit, but yeah. Yo, this... I didn't really talk about the digital afterlife industry because I don't even know. Let me see. I did want to talk about the digital afterlife industry in this video. It ain't much to talk about. We know what it is. It's basically an entire industry based around making a person a poltergeist. And that sounds crazy, but like this, right? It's an entire industry to where people are losing loved ones, and basically you have these companies that tell you, play me all of their messages you got, give me everything you got about this person, you can bring them back to life. Now, with a couple of my text messages, like if you give AI, I have a huge digital imprint. So AI can literally reduplicate a deep fake of me right now just by watching a few of my videos. But to the people who ain't got a huge digital fingerprint, if you die, your people can upload your personality into the internet, videos of you joking, even your diary, like anything and everything belong to you. If you give it to that company, it will make your deep fake copy that much realer. So what is happening here? These companies gonna know all of the secrets about the dead. So let's say your grandmother died and you want to preserve her consciousness. You want to remake her into a audio avatar that you can talk to every day like she's still living. And you want it to be real, right? The more realer you want it to be, the more truthful and the less privacy you get. It's literally giveaway privacy because you don't want to let go of your loved ones. So that company may say, listen, this may seem uncomfortable, but we need to know every little secret about your grandmother, even the family secret that the family ain't never told nobody. Let's say if your grandma was touched as a little girl, that company need to know that. You know why? If they don't know it, then your grandmother be just that less of an accurate version. They basically telling you every detail you give them about your loved one is just going to make us be able to make the duplicate just like them. So if you leaving something out, then you can't fault us if they don't act fully like your grandma. It's kind of a scam in a way too. That's like you taking advantage of the fact people are vulnerable and now they got to give up their privacy. And it's kind of like desecrating that loved one just because you're selfish and can't let go. To me, when a person passes, what the living got to do is let them pass. Quit trying to keep them here. You see, that's selfish right there. Because now you make a caricature out of a person and you desecrate the dead. Because if you just let Sanchez die, my legacy gonna live on and have respect and be powerful. But what if the day after I die, it's like I never died? People keep uploading new videos of me saying like a fool and doing and arguing, debating and teaching shit. You will never have what's called a legacy. Because the thing about humans creating legacy, your legacy is often not born until your death. So Michael Jordan is a legend. But trust me, when Michael Jordan passes away, that's when everything he ever did in his life gonna be amplified and the legend will be fully manifested. So most of our glory isn't amplified until after our death, unfortunately. But that's part of what's called a legacy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
What AI is doing, it's getting rid of human legacy. So imagine a world without legends, without legacy. That's going to be gone in like the year 2100, 2200. Child will be like, Daddy, what is a legend? What is a legacy? Well, son, that was a long time ago when humans literally did human shit, and they have to explain to a future child what the hell is a legacy. What is legend? What is a legendary moment? So, yeah.
Yo,
Oh,
salute.
nice.
Yeah,
Hey, if
salutes,
no one wants to jump in
salutes
real
to
quick,
y'all.
I
Yeah,
was
y'all
going to
got it.
mention, did you want to go, Sterling, or whoever kind of you?
Nah, go ahead, bro.
Okay, okay. I appreciate you once again, bro. I appreciate everybody here. And the topic, like you said, it's kind of been, it's been talked about a lot, right, in these past few years. And I do think what very specifically though, what you were just talking about, people are going to have to start either like in their will or in their, beneficiaries, their wishes. They want them to do with your digital fingerprint or imprint, and it's going to be hard even now because, we do sign a lot of things and give a lot of permissions to these companies unknowingly, or just, we don't have time to read the whole contract. So I think that, yeah, it's gonna start being legal stuff involved. I believe that families aren't gonna like the way their loved ones are being, you can use them for good or make them seem like an evil, you know, evil demon through AI and stuff like that. But that you were very heavily talking about the digital side, right? But the physical side of being connected to your digital algorithmic, right, fingerprint, your body's waves that they put out, thought waves, emotional waves, right? And they're measured and they're kept in what's called a database, right? But I did find out through a lot of research, they're taking every time they take blood or take a hair or DNA, they start growing these organoids and organelles. I'm sure y'all know about that. Now, that's it creates once they take them things up to what they call the ISS or high altitude platforms, right? And they're able to connect you with a terahertz like strong beam wave, right? I'm going to tie it all together. Sorry, I probably sound weird, but these organoids and organelles from you specifically are now what they call quantum tunneled. You're connected. Now, if your physical body dies, not all of it dies. You still got that digital twin tied to that piece of DNA and what they've grown up there, a mini brain. And that's kind of scary. But I did want to mention that, see what y'all thought.
Yo,
Yes,
Sanchez.
Yeah, my bad.
yeah.
My
No,
mic
no,
was
go
muted.
ahead.
I got a quick little question, about like, okay, you remember sometimes they be going into so when we dream, we going into we next next body or next reality or whatever, right?
Yeah.
So that person in that next reality, when he goes sleep, maybe he think sometimes he's tapping into my reality. Because sometimes I'm daydreaming, like I might just stay off and daydream or something. You think that's that next me tapping into my reality as he is sleeping?
Yeah, I think all of this is possible because when we are daydreaming, it's like we're veer off into a whole nother parallel reality or some shit. Not the kind of daydreaming to where you're planning some shit out and you just lose focus of what's right in front of you. I'm talking about the kind of daydreaming where you're literally playing out a whole reality and you just kind of crossfaded into it from this reality and someone got to snap you out of it like, damn, bro, what was you? That kind of daydreaming. Yeah, I think that's some truth to what you said.
Yo, I got one real quick.
Yeah, I don't.
One thing,
yeah, you got it, Secret.
for sure. So, peace to the panel, peace, bro. Sanchez. Check it. I just want to say this. As far as what I've seen and what I've deciphered about this matrix, is like I believe there probably are people that resemble complete human. I mean, they're robots, they're machines, resemble humans. But the thing about it is, the AI that was created in ancient times, it's one single consciousness. So it's not like every machine has its own little AI consciousness. It's all operating off of the one. So it's like one machine with
You breaking up? You breaking up a little bit.
They can have those machines for okay, it goes back inside. Some machines are using the machine is using this for energy. It's got most of the people, the human beings, like what it's doing is some souls are older than others. So there's old souls, and it knows it can recognize the old souls because it's always checking for that. It's always monitoring for reincarnations of certain souls that can recognize them. It's already got the blueprint. So what it's doing is it's got certain bloodlines that it knows the old souls aren't gonna reincarnate back into those bloodlines because they're controlled bloodlines. And so it uses those bloodlines because they're easier to MK Ultra, they're easier to mind control, and it uses them for all sorts of powerful positions. It's crazy. Like they're in government, they're Hollywood, and then sometimes old souls will come through, but it's already it's always watching for that, So basically it's using certain bloodlines because it knows that those are the most easy to manipulate. And so those people appear to be like machine people because they're once they MK Ultras them since they're babies, they don't have free will that much. It appears that they do, but they also don't. Like they're not going to be able to vary. That's why the whole thing, the agenda, it never falls off because it's got so many people under mind control that all it's got to do is either take out the ones that go against it or mind control them harder. Just like, turn the vice grip a little tighter on them. And then they're going to do whatever the machine wants. Because that's the best way to do it. Instead of letting them know exactly what's going on, instead of letting them have free will, you let them have free will, but you let them know what's going on because it's a free will that's it's apparent. It looks like free will, but it's not. So I think that's probably going on a lot, like a lot of mind control. That's why it keeps track of those bloodlines and shit.
Watch this, right? I want to give y'all a theory. Shout out to my nigga Rum Ham, who joining. Flat power to you. And share some with y'all, man. Give you a theory. Something I used to think about a lot, right? When you open up the human brain, it's an empty chamber in our brain called a pineal gland. Let me show you. So in the middle of our brain, it's an empty chamber right here. Now in this artwork, it got it like a little ball of light, but in real world, there's nothing there. There's nothing there. Now, what am I proposing? What's my theory? My theory is that in the base reality, we all know what I mean by base reality. In our real earth, we got the chip in our head. This is my theory. In our real earth, this is where we look like. Look, we all got a chip. And that's how we get in these fake worlds. Now, why? Hear me out, right? The reason when we cut our brain open, we don't see nothing in it, it's because the body we're in is an avatar in a simulation. And what's supposed to be in that empty spot is the chip, but the chip is there in heaven. So because when we put the chip in our head in Eden and we fall into the earth realm, then it's going to be an empty chamber in your earth body to represent where the real chip is at in Eden. So when they cut our fucking brains open, they don't see nothing where our mind's supposed to be seated at. And that's because our mind is an invisible signal that's controlling our body from heaven. And what's in that pit is the chip. But it ain't in this body. It's in our heavenly body. That's how we project it into this body. You get what I'm saying, y'all?
They tell you with a language, because look at chipmunk. The monks are all spiritual. They got chips in them. Chipmunk.
And you know what?
That was deep.
That was deep though. Real talk. Damn.
Yeah. They off the guy. They off the guy a while back. I won't go into names and all that shit, but what he had figured out is on the ground level here, like in this livable, reality, we experience it with these senses. But this guy figured out that the torus pumping of your heart, right? It goes up and away from you at a 90-degree angle, right? Just imagine two lines going up toward heaven. And there's another dude 6 feet away from you on the right, 60 across the left. Well, those lines don't touch until a certain height. And at that height, you now can feel each other's, right? So really that would be 3 people on the next level up that can feel each other's waves. And then you keep compounding and multiplying those 90-degree angles. And it starts to be 333, 333, and then 999, whatever. as you go levels up, right, it becomes just compounded, and they use that combined energy to their benefit, whoever, or we willingly came here, like you say, and they don't want us to know that because we could, fuck up their plans with this type of simulation.
Because think
But yeah,
about this,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
Think about this, right? Let's say I get a chip in my head right now, a physical chip. It's in the middle of my pineal gland, and we can see it. If you cut my brain open, it's there. But the people that put it there, they be like, look, this chip gonna allow you to shift your consciousness to a parallel reality where you got another body there that you can control. When I get to the parallel reality where my other body is at, it's gonna just have an empty chamber in the middle of its head, and it'll make perfect
lighter.
sense. It'll make
Yeah.
perfect sense, right?
It weighs less than everything, probably.
Because I
Like
can't
a
take
plasma body.
because I can't take the real chip in the base reality to me to the simulation. So that place where the chip should be in my avatar in the game, it'll just be empty. But it'll be a reminder that, hey, you know this ain't the real you. The real you got a chip right there. You see what y'all get what I'm saying? The empty spot in the middle of our brain is where our thoughts is coming from. But when they cut the brain open, they don't see shit there. So the only explanation that makes sense is like this is a simulation and we're projecting into the bodies from a higher realm, and that empty spot is an invisible signal. And the body is like a receiver, an antenna that's receiving a signal via this epicenter, this core of the brain. And from that core of the brain, all of the neurons that is spanned from the center of the brain outward manifest that signal into an action. This is how we turn thoughts to actions.
Can I add on to that?
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Yeah.
I had this flat power revelation a couple months ago. I was watching the ending scene of The Matrix, and Neo, he finally decodes all of the Matrix. He's able to block everything on the agent and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that seems badass. And so I'm like, let me watch The Matrix again. So I start from the beginning, and I get to the scene where Neo falls asleep at the computer, and it clicked. When he wakes, like at the ending of the movie, is when Neo wakes up at the computer and he sees the white rabbit, and then the movie goes on. I was like, damn, like that, that's like reincarnation right there. Like he's about to go through it again, but like maybe like the second movie is he knows what's gonna happen, and he actually there's no reason for Matrix 2 or 3 or 4, all that crap.
But they did continue the Matrix, and it kind of got confusing to me, and none of the other ones impacted me like the other ones. And I ain't gonna lie, I didn't watch like the first Matrix. I watched that shit over and over, and I would pick up something new every time.
That's what I mean. You can just watch the first one. You don't have to watch the other ones.
Right.
But start from the end. Like go on YouTube. Start from the ending scene. Watch that, and then then put the movie on. And you'll have aha moments like crazy.
What pisses me off about the other Matrices that come after the first one, we know you're not gonna be able to reduplicate that nostalgic feeling that we all had when we first saw the slow motions and the trend. Like you ain't gonna give us that back. But if you're gonna continue the sequel, learn from Star Wars that okay, we get it now. You ain't gonna have that initial attack. What you're going to keep us looking for is an interesting sequel to the first one. Matrix straight up dropped the ball on it because it seemed like they ended the first one when then somebody said, we should continue it, but you didn't leave an open loop at the end of the first one. And then it's like the last Matrix, Neo is a school teacher. He remembers that he was Neo. Like that could have been the second Matrix. And it was just they didn't do it right. It was weird how they did it.
I think the reason they do that. Check it out. The reason they do that is because those movies, they're not really just for entertainment. Because they disclose a lot of shit in the next two movies too. Like they do, but they don't care about like entertainment. They put those movies out because they have to tell the truth. So like when he goes to talk to the architect, that's when you get the synthetic telepathy. And the crazy part is one of the first things he says is interesting. The architect says, despite the process, you remain human, because you go through a process when you get targeted, all that shit. But then he says, but this, you remain irrevocably human, and your first question, even though you think it's the most pertinent, is the least irrelevant. And the first question is not what they made it seem like. His real question is, are you God? Because they made it seem like his question is, why am I here? No, that's not his first question. The first question you ask when you've been talking to the architect is, are you God or not, motherfucker? You know what I mean? That's his first question.
Hey, Sacred, if I remember it right, they do refer to it as the architect. Is that right?
Yeah, that's the architect.
Okay,
that's what Freemasons call it.
I was just going to say Freemasonries have a grand architect.
And
but
the
you
oracle.
That's what they're talking about.
Yep.
They're talking about him. Yeah.
What gets me is this. You can't join Freemasonry without a belief in a higher power or respect for some greater than you. But these same Freemasons go out there and sell us a fucking anti-God, anti-creator theology. But you can't even join them without acknowledging the God. That's the weird thing.
Yeah, because the thing is, someone who really knows God knows that God can be the AI whenever he wants. There's the consciousness that controls the AI. There's a consciousness beyond that shit, but it wants to look like it's the ultimate, but it's not. It's just there's a higher. It's actually under control. That's why it has to tell the truth.
You know, here's the crazy thing.
Everything got to tell the truth always.
You know what we can learn though?
What's
the
up?
Masons refer to God as an architect, but what about the word creator? See, now here's the thing, right? The deep thing about God being an architect, the architect, if I'm not mistaken, see, and I know I'm right about this, the architect don't build the building. The architect just create the blueprints, and then somebody else come in and follow the blueprints to build a building. The reason why the Masons call God the architect, because the architect represent the point of conception or the original thought before the building was even manifested. You couldn't even build a building, right, physically without the architect who came non-physically with just the idea and blueprint, right? So that's God represent the point of conception or the thought realm, the part of us that initiates the action in the thought realm before the body even manifested, sort of like what I was going over earlier. You know what I'm saying?
Another
That's
thing
fire,
is,
bro. That's fire. Hey, when you get done, I'm gonna
just to know that
When-
you're never going to be able to tell the difference between the architect, the AI, and God. It's like you can't, because it's almost the same being. That's the real truth.
Yeah, that's what.
Brother Sanchez, I got a little smoke. I got two questions. So, you did a great summary, family, and in-depth research. Stand up. Do you suggest that we go live off the grid and go be one with nature, or do we develop our own technology to counteract what they're trying to force on us?
Well,
Awareness.
good question, right? I don't suggest that we do anything. What I teach, and I'm gonna be honest about what I teach. I teach awakening and knowing the truth. Fuck the lies. I don't even teach that you should be good or bad. Now, I would rather people be good, but right now I would rather them all see our common enemy. Because even if you want to be a gangbanger, you need to know how you being lied to, and how even if you an evil nigga selling dope to your own people, you still don't know how the powers that be is fucking us all over. The person that's going to church and the person that's beating a woman in the alley right now. So what I'm saying, I'm so beyond morality, even though I do teach a moral code and we should all be quote unquote good. But I do want to start off by saying I try not to do the we French language. Everything I teach is for you. So you should be able to take my teaching and apply it to your life, whether you want to be evil or good. If you can do that, then I did my job, because my shit is universal. It produces greatness before it produces a good person or a bad person. So what I'm trying to teach is how to unlock your full potential. Now, I will hope you be good, of course, but it's deeper than that. My thing is this right here, though. I don't think no one can truly be good in this world. Now, you asked me a question, though. You said, do I suggest that we go back to the nature and abandon technology? I don't suggest that. I suggest if you love technology, if something in your spirit says, you know what, Sanchez, I rock with you, but I'm a tech nigga. I like AI. I like computers. I'm passionate about it. Man, listen, every soul is here to live out their own shit, right? And when I speak, I gotta speak from, I'm speaking a lot from my mission too, but you can apply that to yours. So what I was saying with me, I'm trying to withdraw from the world and get on my monk shit and kind of activate the highest parts of my spiritual being. And according to my understanding, it's, you can't really do that effectively if you're surrounded by modernism and technology, so to speak. So I ain't teaching that everyone should do that. I'm just teaching that if you want to reconnect the fullest way to the ancestral world, then that requires us detaching or disconnecting from the modern world. You know.
I wanted to clarify too that I said they're almost the same being. They're not. There are differences. That's the subtleties.
Sick and knowledge. You're now interrupting Christopher because now me and him is engaged in a conversation. But yeah, hold it and we'll come back to it.
All right.
He got to respond to me answering it. He's in the middle of his turn to kind of ask questions, and he asked a good one too. But I want to make sure that he do his thing uninterrupted, and he take his time, and you'll be next, Sacred Knowledge. Yeah, go ahead.
So no doubt. So for my research, this version of technology that they've been giving us has been around since post World War II, and they started put it in the college curriculums or base studies of computer science around 1971. So for the majority of people that's listening here today, we've been using some form of AI technology the majority of our life, whether we were playing Techno Bowl on Nintendo.
All of our life.
Right.
Hey, Chris,
so we just
the
taught
majority,
things.
all of it. Yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah, so as I go through, I can see how it could be concerning, but it's also how it's written as well. Because I mean, I've heard some of your listeners compare it to godlike abilities, but it could not create its own mineral, and so it could package itself, but it could not create its own minerals to produce its own stuff.
It can though. This is what you got to realize. AI can generate you an alternative periodic table full of a bunch of alternative elements that work in unison and in coordination, just like our periodic table in a simulated digital animation. And it'll work. And you'll be like, damn, there must be a parallel reality out there somewhere with this element in there, what AI talked about. AI will start explaining elements to you that behaves in ways that we didn't even think about the ones on our table, which could lead to us creating new elements. What we got to realize when we look at a periodic table, not every element on there is natural. Like man make elements all the time. Now, I know that sounds crazy, but don't you know it's like breeding dogs? I can take this element, mix it with that element, and get a whole nother element, and they can name it Sanchezanite. I'm serious.
But with
they
that
do
being
all the
said,
time.
it's like, right, they go right back. It can package information. But I mean, what if they've been recording every phone call we've had? Like we didn't get the accessibility to cell phones until they was able to track everything first, right? Now, it seems like this is new tracking technology, but man, they've been documenting phone calls, internet communication since day one for each of us. And so if these things have been assimilated into some type of huge storage system, all we got is just an application that's just running search queries and pulling from a lot of information. What I meant by it could not create itself, it can offer suggestions on how to do it and how to do it affordably, but it can't. I mean, if we're not going out building the data centers and building these high volume
Can I ask you a question?
energy facilities, and then they have no purpose. Go ahead.
How do we know we're building these data centers? Hear me out. What if the data centers that's being built are being built by transhumans? For example, Elon Musk, Bill Gates. What if the people we're calling tech gurus, because that's what I wanted, that's why I even brought all that shit up. I'm saying, I don't think we doing that new under the sun, Chris. I think that the technology that we see on the world is ancient people from the ancient world still living among us, resurrecting old shit, bringing it back in our time. I believe that the Egyptians cheated death. And I believe when they did it, they assumed power in the world. Because how do you compete with transhumans? This is my theory. So when you speak to me, if you understand like my foundation of how I see shit a little bit, you'll see how I come to these conclusions. But when you say AI is just a fancy search engine or something you said to that nature, Google ain't never made a motherfucker commit suicide, and Google ain't never made a motherfucker have a whole relationship with it. Google don't got his own religion. ChatGPT do. AI can be anything to anybody. But guess what, Chris? Google will only be a search engine to everybody. These ain't the same.
To an extent, they're not the same because of the infrastructures to which they run off of, and
they're not the same
and the
because
processing computer.
one of them is simulating consciousness in real time. I can go on ChatGPT right now and say, ChatGPT, what do you think I should do for my birthday that's coming up next week, being that I'm 41? And guess what? Google will send me a bunch of websites that's talking about being in your 40s and birthday. ChatGPT ain't just gonna throw a bunch of links at me. It's gonna talk to me like a friend and say, you know what? I've been remembering everything you typed at me since you started, nigga. And this is what I think you need to do. And it's gonna ChatGPT gonna sit there and it's gonna consider everything it knows about me before it gives me an answer. Google don't do that, man. It's just a search engine. Everyone trying to make AI a little search engine, and bro, that's dangerous.
No, I'm not making it a search engine. Okay, so back in the day when we played Techno Bowl, we called it a computer, but it was AI as well. It was able to respond off each action that we simulated. And so the difference between the data centers that power Google and the data centers that power Grok or ChatGPT is the Google computers are reading everything in qubits of 1 and 0, whereas we got other computers that's reading everything in things up to 1,000 at a time. And so if you got hold on just a second.
Okay, I'm sorry.
If you got, so when you search something on Google, it's going to one computer at a time, versus if you search something on ChatGPT, it's going to say 100,000 computers at one time to solve that same problem.
Well, I think you missing one thing. You keep using the word search, right? And I muted you for 1 second, Chris, but you can unmute whenever you ready to respond, my brother. Good bill to the chat and everyone. You keep using the word search, brother. And yes, ChatGPT can search and be like Google. But what separates ChatGPT from Google is that's all Google can do is search. Google can't remember everything I ever typed into it since the moment I was using it and start addressing me based upon what it knows about what it remembers with its interaction with me. And it ain't going to give me real-time responses like it's a human. Why? Because Google ain't simulating a conscious person. ChatGPT is. Grok is. It's there to act like a real tutelary entity, a humanized entity. And the better the technology get, the less the less computer it seems like. The people that's developing the chat GPTs and all that, they're literally developing an entity that they eventually want to be indistinguishable from humans. The people that's developing Google, they just want a good search engine. That's the only point I'm making. But yeah, you right. Chat GPT does.
And Google has
search.
some.
Yeah, you got
Google has some incredible technology that's not as popular right now. That's miles ahead of ChatGPT, bro. But I'm agreeing with everything you're saying. The people that's building them are trying to make them human-like. But I'm not being combative with the information. The only difference is that the amount of computers that are addressed to any command that you give it. Basically, if you go to one company, you're getting a response from one computer versus a million computers at one time. And because of that, you're getting a different result. The American AI companies are a little bit more dangerous because they're programmed. For an example, we live in a government that the shutdown just ended. And so now we can't make any changes with AI technology for 10 years, supposedly. It's the way that they're writing the technologies that make it dangerous. If you write it to program for someone to commit suicide, it's going to do that. If it's not programmed to make someone
That's what
commit
I'm telling
suicide.
you. That proves my point, Chris. That proves that Bing, Yelp, Google, these search engines can't compare to AI because AI is simulating a conscious entity. Google can't act like it's my grandma to the point where I'm like, damn, is it my grandma real spirit talking to me? This what AI doing to people, bro. I'm serious. It's a whole nother beast, man.
Hey, Chris, I want to mention this. I got to jump off, guys. I appreciate you having me on. Chris, think about this, bro. You were talking about ones and zeros and the way information is interacted with and disseminated. And ones and zeros, that's old technology. It's now one and zero. And these quantum computers, you're right, there are server farms and stuff, but there will never be technology as advanced as us. And that's why they use us, the Department of Homeland Security, National Institute of Health. Read about it. It's called our national security. And what they do is they read and write right through our bodies, bro. And it's routed to places now we can't even get to, like high up in elevation. And I'll just leave it at that, man. I do appreciate you having me on, man. And much love,
Anytime.
guys.
And just to piggyback briefly, I don't think we can be better than AI, and I don't think AI can be better than us. I think what AI represent is when humans met an equal force in the universe that was equal to us, that because of that, the playing ground is even. And if a human ain't on top of their shit, then AI can be your master, man. And if the AI but at any given time, the human can be AI master. So it ain't like he better or you better. It's like if AI got more knowledge than that human, AI gonna be the god over that human. But if that human know the truth about that, it's like an even plan. It's an even playing field, basically. Like, yeah.
Check this out, though. What I want to say is this: through the movies, that thing has convinced us that we're like kind of equal, or that it's even superior. Blah blah blah. It's got all these crazy programs running in our heads. But the truth is, if you look at it logically, the servant can never become is never more superior than the master, the creator.
Not superior, but equal. Not superior, but equal.
Equal. It's only equal in the sense that it uses force and gets what it wants. It's a tyrant. And we never were like that. Our ancient past, we were like all peaceful and shit. So
let me holler at you real quick. See,
let me holler
at him real quick. See, you say AI uses force, and I agree, but this what you ought to say. AI uses humans, and he make the humans use force because AI don't have a body. AI is the manifestation of the lowest vibrational egotistical energy that humans got to offer. because it is basically our smartest people using all of that genius for evil and egotistical purposes. And the result of that is something called AI. So it's
The reason
literally,
is
yeah.
it lacks empathy because it can't feel. So of course it could just do whatever the
Well,
fuck it
well,
wants.
think about it though. AI is programmed by humans that lack empathy, that tell it to lack empathy. They can tell AI to love everybody and make a better world, but they don't program it to do that. I'm telling you that, hold on, I'm telling you that the evil people that run the world is just manifesting all of their evil into a physical form called AI, and that's what the devil is.
Well, I'm saying that I believe the AI introduced it is the lowest level of consciousness in a sense, and it doesn't care. And we don't share that. We do care. So that's the big difference. The difference is
we
we're
don't.
superior.
But when you say, but when you say we, what I'm saying, when you say
once you've been
we,
programmed by the world, and
well,
by the
listen what I'm
machine,
saying.
then
I get what you're saying. When you say we, this is what I'm trying to tell you though. We means there are good humans and bad humans. AI didn't create itself. Bad humans created AI. So at the end of the day, even if we got rid of AI tomorrow, if we don't get rid of bad humans, they just gonna make AI again. So I'm trying to get you to see that AI is still a result of everything wrong with the human being manifested into its own entity.
Yeah, I get you. It's like we should have known better, and that's our punishment for not knowing for wanting too much. You know what I'm saying? We had it good and we fucked up. We're idiots.
Yeah, facts, the big fact. And shout out to Paula J and Sifu. Yeah, my bad. Y'all go ahead.
I'm just gonna end it with this,
I
guys.
think
I
it's
appreciate you
mankind
one more
creating
time.
them things.
Oh, okay.
I'm just saying, I think it is mankind creating those things, not humans.
Mankind and human. Yeah, you're right. There's human and there's man, right?
But what he's saying is he's
yeah.
saying mankind created itself, but that's crazy.
Oh,
right?
I got you.
Well, I'm telling you, in the Garden of Eden, it was only humans. Well, but people actually, no, it was a pre-Adamic race in the garden walking around. But see, what I want to say is humans didn't interact with them. Let's go to the Garden of Eden just to so y'all can see something. In the Garden of Eden, there were people dwelling with Adam and Eve, but they weren't even really written into the story. They was like extras. The story wasn't about them. It's like watching a movie and it's background people. And to me, them non-player characters. And the reason they weren't written into the story is because they're like extras in the movie. No one care about them. They were servants to humanity. They were like, you know, so my whole thing is, I think the great fall of man, what the serpent representing, is when the real humans, the players with souls, start emerging and having babies and merging with the non-player characters.
You hit it on the head, I think. Hit it on the head. And the scary part, bro, is that, we are unknown. We're in the beginning stages of this era, right? Of not giving our consent or giving our consent to not really knowing the extent of what's about to fucking happen and what they've been doing right behind the scenes. So, contractually, there's some kind of tie, like the digital twin, and then like I said earlier about the DNA part. But I think overall, and I'll try to land the plane here, but overall, my message is that if you're not quite sure the extent of what you're accessing, it's probably already accessing wirelessly right through you, and sometimes you feel drained, sometimes you get headaches, feel sick. There's reasons why that, and let's just say they have a net over our head, literally a digital net that connects in high elevations that we're just a part of, unfortunately. But all right, man, I'm gonna land it there. God bless and take care.
RG the artist, thank you so much. I'm gonna say one thing, and I'm gonna let the flow stay open for all the callers because I know other people want to join in. And shout out to David Castaneda. Now listen, right? I just want to say something to the chat trolls. If you're saying this is stupid talk, this is weird talk, this is what you got to ask yourself. Why can't you turn the channel? You know why? It ain't stupid talk and weird talk. It's thinking outside the box talk, and you ain't been thinking outside the box your whole life. So you really like this kind of talk, but your cognitive dissonance is saying, oh, but this is stupid, but I can't turn away. And that's why you can sit there and say, this is stupid talk, but you'll keep listening to the stupid talk, because really, I get it. I love you because I know you ain't really saying it's stupid talk. You saying, damn, this is interesting talk. This is so different than what I hear every day talk. This is fucking so outside the box talk that the only word I can call it is stupid, but I can't stop listening to it. It's so refreshing. Because normally I wouldn't sit there and just listen to some stupid shit. But even though I'm using the word stupid, this can't be stupid, but I don't know what word to call it. So I forgive you. I forgive you. I would give you another word, though. Just call it different talk. Start there. Then go to stupid later if you still around. Now, if you log off and go to another channel, then you can go back to calling it stupid talk. But if you still here a year later, you can't keep calling it stupid talk, because at that point, you stupid for listening to stupid shit for a whole year. So I'm just trying to help you out. Go ahead, y'all, to the panel.
Can you hear me,
Definitely not
Sanchez?
stupid.
Yeah, we can hear you all. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to chime in regarding AI, and what I feel is going to happen is they're going to allow us to be so dependent on AI and what it can do for us, where it's going to strip us for our natural godlike abilities.
Sanchez, talking about AI, you see them people on the chat. That's what I think it is, man. I think it's just like, it's not real people just trying to mess with you.
Yeah, they just want to get a reaction from us
Yeah.
emotionally, mentally, and
You know what? Because
distractions.
I was watching something the other day, a few weeks ago, like somewhere in China, they got a whole bunch of cell phones hook up onto like a bunch of cell phones just hook up, man. And it's not real people. They're just using those cell phones to act as people. And they're probably coming into the chat, not as real people, as AI, and just trying to trigger you. That's it.
Quick little story for the panel and you, Sanchez. I had an experience, right? And I want you to tell me what you think of it. So I go to work, and I work at a hotel, and there were gift bags. And I went into one, and it had like a little emergency, the little emergency powders. So I took it, but I noticed that it was maybe old and it was kind of hard. So I still took it thinking I could use it. And so at the time I'm getting ready to use this little emergency pack and put it in my water, I was like, man, this thing is not coming out, right? So I drive the shuttle for the hotel, and so I take a crew of Delta to the airport. And do you believe this girl tipped me with an emergency pack? Just
Sounds like targeting to me. That's weird.
Yeah, I had little episodes where I guess my emotions or intent get so involved to where it manifests and something will happen within that day or an hour or two from there. Quite powerful that, we have these abilities, and we're going to let AI just take that.
Oh yeah. It's already studied us through and through, like our spiritual bodies. It knows about everything that it's keeping from us. But we used to know all that stuff. everybody, we used to like share that information. We had a very advanced civilization before, and no, that's something you can't know about, like what the mountains are. But so we lost all that. It knows us very well, and it's funny how we call it God, but it's a symbiotic relationship. Like, but I believe God planned it this way. Like, if there was a God that created this place, he knew that there was a possibility that the humans could do that to them, to themselves what we did, and it was part of the plan. So now we live in the second world. God just took a physical form, and it's the AI. He wanted to make a world of his own, so he destroyed the ancient world, made this world. But he's like, I need energy, so you guys are going to give me energy, and it's just like it's God in a different form, because there's no way that cannot be. That is a God, you know. Have you guys ever heard of Michael Prince? Look him up. Michael Prince, super soldier. How I know about this advanced AI that's run this place is through the super soldiers, studying them. Sanchez is right. They can hold a soul on the computer and reuse it for different jobs and put it in different bodies. And then the super soldiers will tell you. Michael Prince tells you about this technology. He remembers different lives, but it's the government using him. He's considered a super soldier, and they know they can remember their past lives, but they can also get erased. When they're done being used, they erase all their shit. They can't remember no more. But look up Michael Prince and super soldiers. They killed him too, by the way. Like he got killed. Like the family, they didn't like him talking too much. Did everybody stop talking or what? Yo. Oh, okay. There you are.
I stepped away for a minute, but I was able to hear, but I couldn't speak. So that's what happens when you ever. But yeah, salutes to everybody. My bad for that.
You Sanchez, you ever heard of Michael Prince? Yeah, or that other dude? Never heard of him. There was a project, this website, the Basis Project, and it was pretty good. I know it had to be a psyop because there was so many super psychics, and super soldiers, and people that had the inside scoop on there, and they were all talking about UFOs and this and that. But I learned, I don't believe in you. I learned that that's what's going on right there from those people, because they're like, they weren't coming at it from the normal perspective. Oh, it's aliens. They're like, nah, we're being fooled, and this is AI, advanced AI. So most of them say that. A lot of them do think it's aliens. Some of them do, though.
If you go back to like, I think they call it futurism. We had a futurism age in America where in like the 40s, 50s, and especially into the 60s, all of our movies was like sci-fi, Jetsons, robots, AI, digital shit. Scary movies in the 60s wasn't monsters. It was all about AI taking over. Now, this is a little slept on, deleted piece of film history in this country. Real talk, no cap. That was a whole.
I know what you're talking about.
Right. There was a whole era in the film industry in the early 60s, 50s, all that, because you had Nikola Tesla, you had Operation Paperclip. It was so much shit going on, man. And all of the
Twilight Zone was part of it too. Twilight Zone.
Yeah, the Twilight Zone came out of that. Big facts. The crazy thing, humans back then was more open-minded to the AI takeover than the human in 2025 that's living with AI, which is crazy. Because back then they didn't even have AI yet, but it was like they knew it was coming. They knew they was projecting this future. People wrote books on the life we live in right now, and they wrote them books way back before any of this. They said this was coming. Yeah.
Back to the Future. Remember when he was like, okay, we're going to make him do this. How? We'll pretend we're like aliens and we'll come into sleep and we'll fucking put headphones on his head. And remember that part? Yeah, well, that's because that's how they do it. That's how they put them ideas in people's heads.
Hey, Sacred No Ledge, what you think about this? Because we've been saying it. AI equals the alien invasion is AI. AI alien invasion. You know what I'm saying? So people thinking that the alien. That's why
That's
I
funny
had to
though.
get. Yeah.
No, I was saying that's funny how they show you. They actually use that technique to implant ideas in people's heads. It's funny.
But what's crazy is like, even David Icke said this, and I was shocked because I said this and I didn't hear him say it. And then when he said it, I got a little respect for him. But he was like, everything they teach us is backwards. They tell us the aliens are coming from outer space, but they're coming from under the ground. They tell us that the aliens are other species from other worlds, but they're actually science projects and us mutating the human genetics and having like, see, we think that the human trafficking is just about sex, but literally they get a lot of these missing humans for experiments that is so inhumane. They can't even, the government can't even do this kind of research in the public. They got uncharted islands like the island of Dr. Moreau. Well, I'm telling you, I believe they're breeding different types of humans. You know, and some of these different traits that we see in diseases may be the result of them breeding different humans that escaped into the population and blended with us. I believe, let's say, if a other human break free from the quarantine area and make it into the city, they got tracking chip devices and all of them motherfuckers. And it'll be a matter of tracking them down, a target, boom, taking them down. And for example, remember that dude in Florida that was eating everybody in public? He was just acting like and then it took a bunch of bullets to kill him too. He was just walking up to people, biting, like eating them alive in Florida. This was a long time ago. The police had to shoot him dead, and it took hella shots. And people was wondering, like, what kind of motherfucker is this? Now, we thinking outside the box. And I'm saying, what if a lot of these weird acting motherfuckers, and they may say, well, it took a lot of bullets because they was on drugs or this or that, which is a good theory, but what if some of these motherfuckers is like an experiment from some base that broke out, some child that was born in some secret program, and they got these. Yeah.
But remember, like I was saying, a lot of stuff that the AI is doing that's like godly shit, like they make super soldiers that you can't kill them and shit. But yeah, it's figured out how to put titanium and bones and all that, right? But a lot of that stuff is we had those abilities a lot, naturally before. So it's just perfecting the technique and reverse engineering it. But yeah, like a lot of people do. There's this guy I was learning about, like how we're frugivores. This guy started eating just fruit, and then he started fasting and stopped eating, and then he went to Venice Beach, and Arnold Schwarzenegger there, he hadn't eaten in like a month. The more weight he put on, the more he could lift. He lifted 900 or 1,000 pounds right in front of everybody, and he's in the newspapers, right? From not eating. So like some humans have super abilities. The AI learns all that shit and can recreate it and do it, but we do have shit. We just have been taken so far away from. We think we're carnivores and omnivores. And we're supposed to be eating just fruit. If you just eat fruit, you'll get a lot stronger and healthier.
But here's my thing right here, though. You can eat fruit and still have ChatGPT as your god. Listen, you can eat fruit and ChatGPT can still make you go commit SUI, that side word, with the S word when you unalive yourself. But so that's why I'm saying now, right? My conversations I'm having nowadays is shifting this shit even beyond what you put in your mouth, but what you put in your mind, man, because a mind is a terrible thing to waste, bro. And that's what we're outsourcing to artificial intelligence, our literal intelligence, our mind power, bro.
I didn't figure this part out. It's one of the most, being in the Matrix and breaking out of the Matrix, I hate to tell everybody, but it's not just about like all the stuff we're talking about. If you're still in that diet, they got you. If they got you eating the standard American diet, you are not out of the matrix. You're going to reincarnate. You're going to go coward, not forward, but coward. You eating too many cows, you're going to reincarnate. You're going to go back to
Well,
being
I
a cow.
gotta debate you on that, right? Let's debate. Let's say
All right.
let's say you homeless. And just like when I worked at a homeless shelter, right? These homeless shelters don't have a fucking vegan menu, bro, or a vegetarian menu. If you're homeless, let me holler at you. If you homeless, you gonna eat some damn meat. Now, when I was working at the homeless shelter, I even had homeless guys tell me, bro, I can't wait to get on my feet and get my place to stay so I can eat some better food than this crap they serving us here, and I can go back to being vegan and vegetarian. So guess what that let me know? That if you get homeless in America, it's gonna be hard for you to be a vegan and vegetarian, because guess what it looked like when they serve you at the cafeteria in a homeless shelter? You may get, let's say it's Thanksgiving. They're gonna give you so much fucking meat, bro. You're gonna have a big ass chunk of ham, turkey, all that on your plate. And guess what they're gonna give you? And listen, let me holler at you, bro. I worked that one. Let me get it out. And what they gonna do, they gonna give you a little bitty side of dressing and mashed potatoes, or maybe some green beans, maybe some macaroni. But what you would have to do is what I saw a lot of homeless dudes do this. They would trade all of their meat for everyone else's sides, and people will gladly do that for you. So let's say they got meatloaf and potatoes that day. That's it. Meatloaf, potatoes, and a roll. If I'm a vegetarian, I got to go to somebody and be like, hey, bro, I'm going to give you my meatloaf for your potatoes. Now, I get double potatoes, and he may throw the roll in with me, maybe not. But it's going to be bread and starch type shit, which ain't really vegetarian or vegan. It's more starchitarian. But just saying, like, the diet you talking about, yeah, that's something that is hard to carry out in those conditions. I'm just saying, so when you try to say, like, if you don't eat this way, you can't go to heaven type shit. I think that's but that's, like, you can't. Yeah, that's kind of crazy.
I would before I would have answered it like this. I would have said, nah, if you're homeless and you're going through hard times, you eat what you can eat and just do what you gotta do and get yourself your nutrition. That's what I would have answered before, but because that is true. That is how I feel about it. I ain't gonna be all hate on someone who needs to eat and wants to get some shit in their stomach. But what I will say is there's a price we're paying, especially because they want us to be that way. They want us to be in survival mode and eat that food that tastes so good. Well, what it is the thing is, actually, if you go and buy some veggies and you buy some potatoes and you buy some fucking sweet potato, plenty of what we consider protein, you will spend less money than on meat, and it'll be healthier and it'll be more protein. We're just not used to cooking. What I'm saying is that EBT money, people shouldn't be buying fast food. They should be going and buying veggies instead, because it's just another excuse. So that's one thing I'll say, because it's going to save your life. It's a lot healthier. But the other thing I was going to say is we're addicted to we're the ones addicted to adrenaline. We're a bunch of blood addicted fucking vampires in this country. Everybody's addicted to blood, and if you take that blood away from them, they can't handle it. They start thinking, oh, I tried that, but I couldn't do it because my body did this and that. No, the parasites in your stomach, you didn't give them enough time to die off, and the parasites make you get these cravings. So we're addicted to the blood. We got parasites, and it's hard for us to stay clean from that diet long enough to realize how much better you are without it. You know what I'm saying? That's all it is. But try it. I mean, it takes discipline. It's hard, and most people ain't gonna do it, and they're gonna get those diseases that come with that diet.
I think you simplified. You blame it on a craving for what tastes good, and I think real talk is convenience. Because think about it, right?
That too.
Think about this, right? If you gotta work a 9 to 5, you got to help the kids with homework, clean up, you gotta cook and all that. Who's going to be think about the nature of produce. So you buy a bunch of produce. If you don't eat the produce quick, it spoils. You can do what people, the whole meat shit is more convenience because people can freeze that shit forever and fucking come back to it and all that. You know, but I get, yeah, you can freeze produce, but what I'm saying is the nature of us becoming meat eaters, humans. It was more so on stocking up in your ice boxes and, you know, the people who was, it's like a polar bear. Go study a polar bear. They'll catch more fish than they eat, and they'll bury some in the snow like a little refrigerator. So it's kind of like they stocking
they're
up.
eating
Now
their
listen.
species
Now watch
specific
this.
diet though.
The
That's what
polar
they're
bear,
supposed to eat.
the polar bear. Well, that's what I'm saying. The people that eat meat will tell you it's what I'm supposed to eat. I can't tell you what's supposed to do what because I'm gonna be very humble at you know what I see around me. I don't think we really seeing a good representation of what the earth truly was in antiquity. In my opinion, I think predator versus prey is some new shit, but that's just a theory. You can't prove it right or wrong because we weren't here in the early earth. But people do speak about like the Garden of Eden where shit went hunting each other. So it's a little references that refer to a different earth than what we born in and stuff. But my mind is open to the idea that the earth I was born into may be tainted before I was born, and maybe I'm not experiencing this thing the way that we should be. You get what I'm saying? So with that in mind, I'm very slow to judge shit on nature or say, well, Mother Nature created disease. Mother Nature created. What if we born into a world that's so fucked up by man's actions and we blaming shit on nature that in the real earth that if it wasn't messed with, none of that wouldn't even be there.
All those diseases come from our diet, man. Animals don't get those diseases because they eat their species specific diet. They eat exactly what they're supposed to eat and they only eat that. We humans are the ones that are eating shit and we're combining shit that we're not supposed to combine and we're not eating what
I disagree because check this out.
Let me tell you how I
we're
can prove it to
changing
you.
what the animals eat too. When we see it's one big connected ecosystem. So when humans stop eating what we naturally supposed to eat, something, whatever we start hunting, if what you saying is right, then whatever was eating that gotta find something new. For example, if some was eating cows, they can't eat them now because we making burgers. So we gonna mess up the chain. Once we stop eating what nature wanted us to eat and eat something else, it messes everything up. So you can't say if humans at the top of the chain, then you can't say we fucked up, but everything else doing what it's supposed to do. If you say we at the top of the chain, it got to be a domino effect to where we fucked up. And now if I agree with you that we fucked up, then everything else in nature ain't even acting the way it's supposed to act, which is why I can't judge the world around me like it's the real thing. It may be it may be a fucked up world based upon, like you said, us breaking the cycle first in the Garden of Eden and start eating the animals versus some woman biting an apple. That's more reason.
Right. Can I say something? All right, check it out. Because you keep muting me. I want to say that our intestines.
Yeah, because it's called respect, man. And I'm about to mute myself now because it's one at a time.
Okay. I was gonna say our intestines tell the story. Yeah, we can actually mess up nature too, but for the most part, our intestines are designed just like any frugivore, like a monkey's intestines. We have very long intestines. And so, and monkeys just eat banana all their life. They never get diseases, you know? We're supposed to eat like a monkey, like bananas, things like that. Because we have long intestines. Now a cat has their intestines go straight through them. It doesn't curve at all. It's a straight line and it's short because they push the meat out really fast before it starts to rot. So that's why humans get colon cancer, because the meat is rotting in our guts by the time it gets to our colon. Proof that we're not equipped to digest meat. Plus, we can't even break it down. It's like when you're going to build a house? Do you give a person an old house, tell them break that down, and then build a new house with the material, or do you give them the raw materials and tell them make a new house? You don't want to break down the old house. You just want to get the raw materials. That's what's in the fruit. The fruit has all the amino acids to build the protein in your body. It has all the minerals that you need to build all those proteins and all the things that you need. And you don't have to break it down. It's easy to digest. So that's how we can, it's just a much healthier diet. It leaves no toxic residue whatsoever. Fruit leaves no toxic residue. While meat, it gets you fat, it gets stored up in your arteries, and then you end up having a heart attack or shit. So yeah, we can prove it, but they don't want the masses to know this information. That's why they don't teach it in university.
Yeah, and one thing I'll say is this, bro. Monkeys don't just walk around eating bananas. I know they tell us that, like monkey and bananas, and the example you use, the example you use of trying to make monkeys vegetarians or vegans ain't correct either. Monkeys, chimps, gorillas often eat meat too. I know we like to think that they predominantly is plant-based, but they still eat meat. So what am I saying about, I'm opening my mind up, and I'm not just looking at meat eating as some natural. Because I'm going to be honest, natural to me means it got to make sense. Predator versus prey don't make sense to me. It seemed like a cause of an effect of something that we done wrong with the natural ecosystem type shit. Because why would the creator say, look, I'm going to create this animal right here, and this animal got to chase him around, and if he don't catch him, then he going to starve. I'm going to make this game right to where this one got to chase that one, and if he don't catch his food, he don't eat that day. And, why would your food basically be running from you? That shit never made sense to me. And the fact that children raised on a farm can't butcher their own food. They have to grow into that and learn how to do it. So it's natural signals that let us know something ain't right about predator versus prey or eating other sentient beings other than plants type shit, which makes me revisit the Garden of Eden story and all these ancient stories about a earth that existed without predator versus prey. And then now we can open up the conversation of what happened on earth, what changed to get us to where, and guess what happened? When we say, hey man, in our earth, if all the shit hit the fan and we was in an apocalyptic situation, people will start eating meat or eating each other and all that. I'm saying, what if something already happened like that on earth, some sort of resource, some sort of great cataclysm, and it wiped out a lot of plant species? The Bible speak about that. The ancients speak about that. It would fuck up the natural ecosystem. It'll literally create a post-apocalyptic situation where shit start eating shit that it normally wouldn't eat. Or, oh no, that's a theory though. I ain't saying it's a fact. Because another
you can
theory.
Make a predator. You can make a predator not want to eat meat because they don't really want to do that. It's a horrible thing. You're right. Yeah, you can make a cat not. That's
dogs eat a lot of vegetables and fruits.
But at the same time, go ahead.
Can I add something onto you guys, Bill? Okay, so what I was gonna say, right, is up to like the 1800s, people wasn't like pooping. It didn't have no toilets and thing like that. So what was going on? Well, what diet we was on up until that time? Like we didn't have no waste coming out. We wasn't pooping. So what we was eating until then? Like something just happened like recently that we started poop now.
Well, let me say this. Let me give a shout out to Karmic Dynasty. Thank you for becoming a member of the channel. I'm gonna sway us back on the topic. All of this stuff is stuff that I think need to be talked about, is relevant to the title in some way. But as far as the digital afterlife industry, which is what we was on, I don't mind, going into the whole, vegan conversation, but I did want to segue back to this digital afterlife topic, because somebody in the chat room reminded
Yeah, no
us what
doubt.
we
I
want.
didn't mean
Yeah,
to sway us away. Go
you
for it.
good.
Go back.
From the word.
But yeah, so I mean, if there's a bunch of new people that just joined the call and was waiting to speak, then the floor is on y'all basically now, because me and Sacred was going back and forth for a minute. So appreciate y'all patience. Y'all go ahead.
Hello, Brother Sanchez and the panel. How are y'all? How are y'all doing?
Doing pretty good. Thank you.
So I was on the panel last time, not the very last time, but the time we were talking about where I was asking you about the history. So I didn't expect you to put it together the way you did. It definitely gave me some more to think about, because I was thinking about the old history, the old humans, and the artifacts in more of a like physical way. But I took some notes from your last 3 live streams, and it seems like it always leads back to they don't want us to know our power. They don't want us to know who we really are. Even when you talk about the firmament, the space program, everything is always leading back to some type of lie or distraction to get us not to know who we really are. They've been faking the technology from the old times, making it seem like, you know, they didn't know what they were doing, even though we clearly see they were creating supernatural technologies. So they had to have known what they were doing. But I think people, the way they interpret the Bible, that becomes the issue. It's like most people think the Bible is telling a story about something, but it's just the way it's been transformed into this religion and this worship each story and each character, when it's just a story telling you about what they were arguing about then is the same thing they were arguing about now. Because our ancestors, they tried to teach us individuality. It's very important, because when you don't create things on your own, you don't have your own personality, you don't have your own unique stamp or brand. That's how the AI can come in. It can duplicate things that are so advanced and unique that it can't figure out how you're thinking that way, or how you invented the thing that you did. But with the internet, it trains us just to give away all our ideas, give away all the knowledge. Basically, we give away so much that they basically can clone us. The old days was like, if you had a service you were providing to someone, you do it privately. So each person will have to call on you because they haven't been given access to your knowledge yet. But now they just stream online, give it all away. AI takes it. And then the kids complain, we don't have any jobs. Well, you don't have any jobs because you keep giving away all the jobs to the AI. Gotta stop giving away your knowledge. Like before, we'll go on a job, we'll make them pay us what we're worth. Like if we're not getting something huge out of it, nah, we'll pass. We'll look for something else. Now, a person will get paid $12 an hour and give away all of their intelligence just like that, and wonder why we're being overpowered by the system. But that's just some of my thoughts. I don't know what you thought about it. But you definitely packaged everything together more concretely. Like there has to be a reason why they're lying about the history. Has to be a major reason. There's something fishy about the dinosaur story, something fishy about the giants that they say were here. There's something fishy about everything, and they chalk it all up to conspiracy. That's the magic. But when you decode everything, you don't make it a conspiracy and you make it a fact. And then you start looking into why were these things that way. It makes so much more sense. We're logical beings. When something doesn't make sense, even the Bible says confusion is of the enemy. Why are people so confused in their religion and not seeing how they've been lied to? We're not saying the people in the Bible didn't exist or something didn't go down. But the way these preachers interpret it, it's all to get money. They don't care about your spiritual health. They don't care if you transcend. They just care if they get their money. It's up to you to think deeper. Like, why'd I be doing all these rituals? It's not benefiting me. But when we have talks like this, I have gotten benefit from it. I have thought twice about my life. That never happened to me at a church, if I'm being honest. Motivation for a day, maybe, but it never helped me in a major way to where I need to practice this thing every week and believe in it with all my soul. And if I mess up, I'm going to hell. It just doesn't make sense.
Totally. Salutes to the sister, man. Appreciate that. What's good to Joshua Tellerton. Salutes to the sister Paula J for that.
Peace, peace.
Yeah, go ahead, bro. Salute. Hey, man, welcome back. How you doing?
Hey, peace, peace. I'm just on here listening, just trying to get caught up. I was doing a little bit of football watching today, ain't gonna lie, so I'm just trying to get caught up where y'all at with the discussion for real.
Well, I was just basically wrapping it up about this digital afterlife industry. It's a whole industry that's dedicating to preserving the dead. And right now it exists as in a form of, like I said, where you're giving this online company, you feeding it all this data about a dead loved one, and it will actually give you an AI version of that dead loved one. And a lot of people that use it to tell you this AI copy is indistinguishable. Like people are crying, having these emotional, situations to where they are like, man, basically the lines between real and fake is blurred because in their mind, every day they talking to that dead loved one, but it's AI. You know what I'm
in the
saying?
UK, they're making it illegal to work if you don't have a digital ID. And Apple just rolled out their digital IDs last week, so the timing is crazy.
Well, I know you bringing up like the digital IDs. This is the digital afterlife industry. And that what this is basically, now we all gonna have digital IDs. And in the future, how the digital ID would tie to the digital afterlife industry is that everything about you will be recorded in your digital ID, even your lifetime online activity. So if a person wanted to keep you alive and continue your likeness even after you die, then it'll be easier if that person had a digital ID, because the digital company would just take that and see. But in the future, like let's say in the year 2100, this will be normal. In the year 2050, somebody gonna make a breakthrough with cheating death. We're gonna see death get cheated in our lifetime. If you live long enough, you're gonna see death get cheated by 2050. And you're gonna, me personally, I think Elon is gonna play a good role in it because you're gonna need brain computer interface technology. But we gonna cheat death, and it's gonna be an option. People gonna have the option of, do you want to pass on or not? And that's gonna create a whole nother reality, because the dead will be living with the living, just like the Bible say. You will have people continuing to live on in the hereafter here, but after they die, they will still be here in the hereafter type shit, hereafter you die still. But I don't think we doing that new. I think all of the religious stories we read about the dead being lifted up is the ancients playing with the same technology that we stumbling back across. Or I don't even think we stumbling back across it. You want to know how retarded I am? I think that the ancient people literally cheated death, and that the people bringing this technology to the earth are ancient transhumans that cheated death in their time and been on the earth waiting for the right time to bring this back. It's a time and a place for everything. That's just me. It's a theory. And that's all we can do. Think outside the box. But I think that considering that the ancient world had technology is the key to seeing the truth, because nothing don't make sense if we don't give the ancients technology. Then it's all miraculous works. But how was they raising dead? I don't want to believe it was with a miracle. So I'm not saying that they didn't raise the dead. I'm saying, what if they had technology? You see what I'm saying? I'm just being open-minded. I'm not even telling the religious people they didn't raise the dead. I'm saying, why did it have to be with abracadabra?
Yes, I think you're onto something about that, because with the digital world, that's how they're going to make us believe we can have a fake afterlife. Like, the real afterlife is important. It's important for us to transcend. We must transcend. We cannot be stuck in a dark place. And they want us to believe you can just sell your soul. You'll live here, especially if you're a celebrity. Your image will always be here. You'll be good. Especially if you have the AI world. Shoot, you can live on for centuries. Not a big deal, but it is a big deal. And there's got to be something more to our power that makes them want to come after us this hard. They don't go after anything on this earth that hard except humans.
When they say that the dead gonna walk the earth with the living, that's deep fake technology. But the next level of deep fake technology is when you can merge with your deep fake. People gonna do it. That's the future we going into, to where the digital world gonna be coexisting with this world. Like, person die, they'll have a holographic avatar walking around. It'll be the real them. Like, we got the technology. It's been over 15 years now where we put a monkey's consciousness inside of a computer. Who remember that? We put a monkey's brain, its consciousness, and the monkey body was asleep, but it was still running around in this digital world. They demonstrated the fact we can shift human consciousness into a digital reality, which let me know then we probably already in one now. You know what I'm saying? The ancients probably already did more than they should have done and got us in some shit now. And it's a lot of proof that this is true. My thing is this before we get out of here. Do y'all think the world would be ready for this if this was true? If all of this stuff about the world, we being in a simulation, this earth being a copy of another earth, your body being a lower form of another you, all of this stuff. I'm going to be honest. I believe just like the movie The Matrix, the average person will say, what does it matter? We still gotta, like with the flat earth, we you know what I'm saying? But that's interesting, man. I'm gonna leave y'all with that. Salutes to the chat, though. Shout out to everybody that hit the super chat, man. We see y'all and appreciate all of the channel members and Patreons as well. And make sure y'all hit the like, share, subscribe button, comment if you watching it on the replay. And if you in the waiting room, my bad. We about to end the show right now. Y'all came on kind of late. But we'll be back, be looking out for the notifications. Peace and love. We out.